Zucchini.
Megament.
Basil. All right. It is session number 16 of our Wilds Beyond the Witchlight campaign, whichever one we're doing. I don't know.
Where are we?
We're in the
anymore?
Feywild or something like that. I don't know.
Somewhere in there.
Hey, who wants to recap us for some DM inspiration?
Apparently me.
Yay.
Well, first we fought big snakes, like 2 big snakes.
Soup snacks.
And then we went up in the tower and we saved a little fairy dragon named Sir Talivar, who had an epic mustache that was probably fake. Then we found Ptolemy Hill and met an orange goblin who we thought was named Jingle Jangle, but then we found out her name is Tangerita because we broke the memory bottle.
Yes.
Or opened it.
Shit out of memory bottle.
Yeah. Well, technically, that was Voltan. But yeah,
Who is
and
mysteriously absent tonight? No related reason.
and we learned that we gotta go to beat up the bandit bun buns in order to be able to get out of hither, because we kind of have to pass right through where they are to get to where we're going.
Bad buns. Super bad buns.
Yeah, I think that's it, unless I missed something.
I think that's pretty darn good.
We had not yet left Ptolemy Hill, but we were gonna.
Yes, you guys had I think you guys managed to share some snacks
Yeah.
with Tangerita,
Yep.
aka Jingle Jangle, because she was very hungry after getting beat up by the Haringons, who stole her bag of truffles, which is her primary source of food, and she was
What is
very
that?
happy. What?
Oh, I was like, what is that music?
It's
Excuse me.
from
I-
Borderlands 3.
I thought that was coming from John's computer for some reason.
From
Pop music.
I don't hear it.
I don't hear it.
Quick, big speaker in the middle. I don't hear it. That's a gem. Yeah, it's a nice speaker.
yes.
There was some interesting sounding music, and I was like, anyway, sorry. But yeah, no, we gave her snake meats because we have a ton of it because some of it was cured, and some of it was cooked,
Yes.
and
So much snack meat.
we also got chocolate eclair cattails.
Mm-hmm.
We each have one, and we gave her one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah,
I know I do. Yeah.
I've
I
got
can hear it.
really
Oh, I
good
can hear it.
ears.
So younger than you guys.
Are we heading to see Sue Farabach that runs at the end of the road?
I believe there was a destination that had been recommended to you as a place you might want to go
Those
to.
are possible. That's the moving hotel or moving in.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a place that we could go to.
And I
to rest.
believe that Tangerita gave us kind of an idea of where it may be currently.
Yeah, it's bopping around out there
It moves.
somewhere. It moves around a lot. It tends to stop at fairly regular intervals, not unlike a bus. If you guys were from World of Headbuses. Yes. It's like a trolley.
A what?
It's like a steam-powered carriage.
What?
All right.
You know what a carriage is. You know what steam power is.
So,
Alright, let's find out.
as you guys are leaving Ptolemy Hill, give me some. Let me get a Constitution saving throw from everyone.
Roll.
See how y'all feeling.
Okay.
My you do beyond this.
No, do that again.
There we go.
Woo! 23.
Can I take some of hers?
No.
I get to him.
So, Pickle is high on friendship at the moment, and possibly sugar.
Hmm.
I didn't have it.
Yeah. All right. Go on, Joe.
5.
All right. So, while Pickle and Voltan are raring to go, the rest of you guys are. You're like, you look up at the sky, and it's still sunset. So, let me get some nature checks. Zari, could you please give us a nature check? See as how you're going to first with any manner of skill in nature.
I can't remember. Sorry. 14. No use supplying the truth.
14. So,
Like, it's just now rolling the dice for the Constitution save in D&D Beyond.
Oh, there he goes.
I mean, that's why I had to roll my dice.
The
It's like lagging terribly right now.
The more you use your math box, the more they like you.
That's why I'm using them now.
It's patently not true for me.
Yeah.
this.
The less you
I'm
use,
pretty
the
sure
less they like you.
last
Mr. Botch.
A couple years.
That's very strange. Okay, well, what else?
I'm closing those tabs. I'm trying to open it back up. Make it go. Good luck.
Being a native of the Shadowfell and having also spent a great deal of time in the Feywild, it occurs to you that your friends with whom you're presently adventuring probably are not used to the fact that the sun never sets in some Feywild domains. It just perpetually remains at the same time of day. And so they probably don't have any idea exactly how long they've been up, which is probably explaining why most of your group seems to be exhausted at this point.
Oh, yeah, we've been up.
We took
Yeah.
a rest.
We took a short rest.
No, we took a longer.
We did.
What was that?
Right after we killed the snake, because that's how we cured the meat.
Yeah.
Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We took the long rest. I cured all the snake meat and did all the
And we each,
activities.
yeah,
Because I got all my spell slots back.
and we took 3 watches. I only know remember because I watched the video today.
Okay.
Yeah.
But see, I had already thought of that.
Sir Talamar fell asleep during his watch, but it didn't because nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that slightly changes.
I'm restarting the computer again. Go from there.
So your computer's exhausted.
Yes, the computer is
Computer's
Okay,
exhausted.
turn it off and turn it back on again.
Yeah.
It's plugged in.
Yeah, it was those 2, Voltan and Talamar, and then us 2.
You guys have way too many details for you to be fabricating that on the spot, so I'm going to choose to leave you.
Sorry, we were second watch.
We could bring it up on the video that you made.
Cool.
Right, there's video evidence.
I
Very clever, guys.
got you. You had no idea we made that video.
And he won't know that we're lying until way later in a couple weeks when he. No, never mind. No.
Do not make a liar out of me. I'll fight you.
Somehow I think we're just going to go and edit that part of the video out.
I love the way he thinks.
See, this didn't happen.
All right. You guys proceed out from Telemy Hill, making sure not to get stepped on by its giant freaking feet, which are wearing like very brightly colored socks and booties, apparently. With pointy toes.
That's why I said those are big heckin' feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't see this first. I thought they're bananas.
It's an elf mammal. That's why the booties are.
You saw bananas. I saw tentacles.
That's fair.
We know which side of the internet y'all are on.
What? Why would you say that? You set out from Telemy Hill across the swamp. The waters here are about halfway finished receding, so there's still about 2 feet of water everywhere, which for most of you isn't a problem, but for some of you is annoying.
They also recommended infiltrating one territory at low tide so they couldn't use their skips.
It makes good sense. All right. Give me a survival check to see how well you guys navigate the swamp
Everyone?
in your search. 2 people, please.
Not. I think it was you and you.
Don't look at me.
Wexley and Zolric are the 2 who are best to be part of
I remembered.
I don't have my character sheet right now, so I don't know what my plus is in survival.
4.
But I've rolled a nat 17, so
That's
21.
Okay.
What's guidance?
Yeah, I'm going to give you guidance and advantage, I guess.
All right, so roll against because you got advantage.
21 it is.
I seriously want to give you some light eyes to see what happens.
You get a plus D4 on that too.
Oh, plus a D4? Oh.
Yeah, that's guidance.
That's how you know Shadow Heart loves you.
24.
All right. With the help of your friends, you have little trouble making your way through the swampy morass that is hither.
Follow me, I know exactly where we're going.
Oh, shit. It always gets in my fur, and it's matted. I don't like it.
As you're getting along, the water does get more and more shallow until Pickle and Wexley are having no problems traversing the muddy flats.
It's not growing today.
You do end up hearing, after a while, some strange sounds, however, coming from up ahead. And with your perception, you're able to help guide the party so that they don't run right into it. But it sounds like coming from all sorts of different points in the area just up ahead.
We'll kind of try to skirt around and kind of go in and see if we can see what it is without.
Stealth?
I can't pay attention.
I need to make self-imposed.
Let
See if I
I wanna
even
see what
think
happens.
about
Wait,
that.
wait.
Yeah,
Hey,
would I
I wanna see
recognize
what
what that
happens
is
if
in
you
this area?
So with the survival check that you got, it sounds to you like gas bubbling up from the muck.
I don't say that.
Yeah,
Sounds like swamp gas.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it, but I rolled a 0.
Which is fairly dangerous, right?
Could be. Could be. You notice that some of the eclair cattails in this area have a kind of a greasy look to them, and kind of the cream oozing out of them looks kind of green and iridescent, like the news to be
So, do you know if swamp gas is poisonous?
I know it's probably not good for us. It doesn't look like it's good for any of the plants around us. I would try to avoid it if we could.
So as you guys are watching, you see one of these. You're looking up ahead, and you can see a bubble start to form in the swamp about like 50 feet ahead of you, and it just like rises up, and it floats around until it ends up hitting like a twig on a dead tree, and then it just pops, and you hear this with this weird creepy laughter as it pops, and the mist just dissolves dissipates into the air. As you're watching, you can see another bubble starting to form. This one only about 20 feet or so away from you guys.
Which way is the wind blowing? Is the wind blowing away from us on that?
Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of wind right now, but
I'm gonna get ready with a blast of Eldritch Blast just in case it starts hovering towards us.
well, with the survival check that you guys got earlier, you should be able to circumnavigate this without any trouble if you so choose.
All right.
Okay, yeah. We will definitely.
Let's go around.
I concur.
Yes.
All right. You guys decide to give it a wide berth, which takes a good while to reroute around it because it seems like this area is fairly extensive. But you do manage to avoid running afoul of any nasty gases and seeing what the heck they entail were you to breathe them in. As you can you end up I'd like you guys to make survival checks for the next phase of your journey.
Let's see how these guys are going to do.
Do I still have?
Yep.
Try it out.
Do,
I want to see
do
what
I
happens.
still have advantage? Because we don't get what I just did.
We want what I did last. I guarantee it.
With my bonus, I got a 6. So
I got a 5.
You guys are doing great.
Yeah,
Can we add those together?
I mean,
It wouldn't be that great anyway.
It wouldn't be that great
Those are all my
either.
20s.
so as you guys are going along, you're feeling pretty good about having spotted the.
Good job spotting the gas. That was good.
The gas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As
Very
you're
good.
congratulating yourselves
Yes.
on it,
we walk right into a.
you
Ravine.
hear you end up like before you know it, you hear like this sort of wet slapping
Ew.
sound all around you guys,
We get it
and
back.
suddenly you in conversation you guys look up and hear like look at this, and as you look around you see a number of brown flappy guys who had been playing in the mud like take to the wing and they're like circling around you.
Brown flappy guys.
They look like little tiny demons with long noses that look like they're dripping with mud. They've got long, like lashing tails. These guys aren't super big. They're maybe about like
My size.
they're about pickle size, and they've got like flappy bat wings. But their whole body looks like it's just dripping with muck and mud and whatnot. And one of them that it looks like there's about 5 of them, and one that looks like it's older, and you're not sure if it's wiser or more snarky than the others. It emerges from the muck and just sort of shakes its arms, and mud goes splattering everywhere. And it puts its hands on its hips as it floats in the air and says, "If you can guess what our favorite food is, we will let you go free."
Chocolate eclairs.
He just looks at you and it's like, "No, mud pies!" And he just reaches back and he lobs a mote of earth at you. Roll initiative.
Ah,
That is really loud.
I thought.
that is somewhat better.
I mean, it should be almost done. I thought I closed the door. So mine will be 13.
A massive 10.
Oh, me? 14.
I didn't want to do this, but I shall.
Oh no.
Oh no, roll dice.
What's my initiative bonus?
It should be like.
No, I don't have it here.
Carrying on Shatterkai, your initiative bonus should be +2, it looks like.
Then 14.
Okay.
Set my
I
alarm
rolled a
for
12.
10 minutes so that I know when to go get that thing.
What's his dex?
It looks like it's 15.
You're out doing my dice.
Oh god.
My computer's still like super slow for some reason right now. I don't know.
Now, is it just the
You might need to
internet?
print
Do you
your.
want to try the other computer?
Sure.
Might need to print your sheet out.
Oh, is it, yeah. Is it just the internet or is it?
Oh.
I am assuming we were traveling north.
You were traveling in the north and westerly direction, yes.
Thank you. I need to make a note of my infinite age here.
Oh, you're updating and painting reflex stuff.
Oh, you can just go to that.
Oh. So, initiative is what?
What?
Is that accurate?
So, let's see. It's going to be Wexley. Actually, it's going to be Zulrich and Wexley. And Pickle and Bolton. Let's see where these little fluffy boys are going to go. Roll for them.
Huh. You're playing Baltian for us?
Somebody got it.
See, even yours is not like.
Oh, those buttons don't actually work. It's a touchscreen though. So.
Oh, never mind. Okay, well then.
Yeah, just tap on the touchpad. The two buttons there just aren't responding for whatever reason. I got tired of work trying to figure them out.
Pardon me.
Their initiative is 16.
Damn.
I mean, they did get to go get the drop.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh,
Oh, we're not surprised.
Happy
How us?
boys.
That's cold.
Mm.
Still good though.
Natty boys. Evil eyes.
Oh, but slinging.
So, we need no map for this. There's an equal number of them as there are to you.
Okay.
So, being that they want initiative, I will. There's 5 of you, and I will have each one act for each of you. Just to keep things a little back and forth. So, all right. That's at the answer from your intrepid Gabo. The member closest to you, like, dives into the muck and then bursts up from it right at your feet, and tries to smack you with his fists. Does an 18 hit you? All right. It slaps you upside the head with a big muddy hand, and you take 2 points of damage. It is your turn to retaliate if you so choose.
I shall retaliate. He's right beside me, so I would have to do it on my.
Correct.
This is fine. And I shall draw my sword. Have at it.
Have at him. All right, go for it.
Does a 15 hit?
It does.
Yeah.
Great. You get a good smack on him, right across the chest with your sword, and he goes, "Ah, that hurt." And he just kind of smeared some more mud across it. All right.
I don't know that I can do anything else. How many of these things are there?
And one for each of you.
And any of them on the other guys or on me?
You have the initiative.
badly as the one with me hurt.
Yeah, I suspect he's probably had worse.
That's my bone attack.
Alright, very good. It is locked. Had you wanted to do the hunter's mark before you actually attacked it, or would that make a little bit more sense?
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and roll your extra d6 of damage.
Very interesting.
Yeah. All right. So you pretty good sized gash in its torso with your sword. It's that doesn't feel great. Just kind of mash more mud back into the wound to try and see if you can patch stuff up. But Wixley, one that's on you, says, "You're too pretty. Gotta get you muddied up." And it scoops up a whole bunch of mud and like forms into a mud ball, and it just is like muddy, and just like throws it at you like a big old mud pop. Does an 18 hit?
It does, but I'm going to use Warding Flare.
What is that?
As a reaction, use a flash of light to impose disadvantage on attack against you from a creature within 30 feet.
30 feet. That's a 19. So
Yes, I get hit. Oh,
why can't I roll like this when I'm playing Gotcha?
Well, you only need to roll a 2 with him.
You rolled like this when you were playing her in the Halloween session.
That's when she was trying to murder the rest of the party.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get hit by a muddy Kamehameha for 7 points of damage,
Ow.
and you are covered in mud. Give me a dexterity saving throw to see if you're able to keep the mud from getting in your eyes.
12.
That is just barely enough. All right. So you managed to close your eyes just in time and get your paws up. And there are paw-shaped voids in the mud now, from where he managed to shield his gaze just in the nick of time. You're now up to act 30. Of course, you're still like, people are looking like a moon cowboy right now. So fairly nice.
Sacred Flame
Alright, is that a roll or saving throw?
is the saving throw.
Alright, what's the DC?
14.
Dexterity?
It is a dexterity saving.
That is an 8. So you successfully land the Sacred Flame on him, which has not happened to me in Stage 3 in the course of 180 freaking hours and I haven't save file yet. Every single time I miss.
Nice job, Wesley.
Every single time.
Radiant damage. It is tough.
That's what I thought.
6 points of radiant damage.
Alright, you partially bake it with your Sacred Flame. It gives a cry and goes, "Ah! He's trying to bake me!" It's just kind of like trying to peel off the crusty bits now from where you hit him.
I'm going to look at it. You're like, rethink your actions.
This thinking, you see.
Wesley had
What you're doing now.
He says, "Hey, you didn't think about your answers? Take this!" And one of them knocks straight at your head, trying to like slap you. The leader of them tries to slap you upside the head.
Rude!
Does a 10 hit? It whooshes past your head, and then it's just like flapping there. Oh, well, you move faster than you think. You may
At
retaliate.
least I think.
Do you though?
I'll show you freaking eclairs. Yeah, I'm a bomb.
Yeah.
I am mad. I'm a rage. Is it my turn?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, alright. So, there's one of those.
Not too quick.
I'm looking with a hair. Let's try.
Splat pills.
16.
That hits.
1d8 plus 4.
Plus. Hold on.
No, 1d8. I rolled a 1. Plus 6.
Such consistency. Says, oh, so you're all talking and no action, huh? Guess those muscles are for show.
Going easy on you this time.
I'm not gonna go easy on you. Benito. The one by you. Takes one look at you. From your feet up to your head. He says, you look like the sort of guy who likes to take things. Like it's personal. And he comes right at you. Slash at you with his muddy little claws. Does a 17 hit.
Yes, he's 17 armor.
If it matches your or exceeds your armor class. So yes.
So, yes.
He slaps you upside the head with his muddy claws for 7 points of damage.
Shit!
Now you're muddy. We're gonna chop you guys up and put you in mud pies. You're gonna be mincemeat mud pies.
So, he's going to use bonus action, but Hex all shit.
Alright.
And little Hex does not becomes already. No, this Hex is that next year.
Next this.
Hex
Right.
is Hex. Shit.
Hey, not shit or mud.
They smell like mud, they look like mud, but trust me, you are shit. Then he's
Rude.
So if he's right on top of me, so if I do Coach Blast is this kid.
Yeah, there's a space between you.
Yeah.
So disengage is an action.
Yeah.
So, you can use the attack of opportunity. Or you could with your skinny little sword.
Yeah.
Or just take the disadvantage of your other.
He's got a dagger. Does anyone with a dagger? One.
Right here.
And rapier is 1d8, right?
Just for him.
Alright, so 11 plus 5, 16.
That is a hit. What have you done?
3.
Combo breaker. It says, you hit like a little girl.
You still look like shit.
That's what you're going to look like after we eat you. And poop you back out.
Try it, little shit.
I intend to. Nugget. All right, last one. Looks at the last one, sizes the ball and says, "I don't think I want to get anywhere near you." And instead, he goes, "This building is real big." He just barks all over him. Walton's like, "What the hell?" And he successfully manages to make his dexterity saving throw and pivot out of the way, just as like this, like grayish brown, greenish puke, like covers the spot where he was, and it just it looks like it instantly hardens into rock. So it looks like he just escaped being encased in cement. It's like, damn, I'm saving it. Voltet's like, well, don't worry, I've got plenty to share. And he is going to unleash with his Smackahoe ability. There's one. Let's see. Oh, he's got Retributor. Redeem that. That is 18, which hits for 2d6 plus 2, 6, 7. Let's see. Like he went this. Right, and then harm's might. Okay. So he trunks it for 22 points of damage.
Somebody get hit.
I know. We got one hitter in the group.
And
Hey, I hit up for so much.
And probably you kids. Well, actually has Hunter's Mark. Should put Hunter's Mark on it when it hurts then. See? I won't do one.
25.
So he rears back and just like he's trying to drive for the fences. Just like crack a hose this thing, and there's like a blast of yellowish white energy as his massive sword hits it, and the little dude just goes like flying ass over tea kettles and splats in the mud. And then you see its head poke back and it says, "What the hell is that?" Alright, that brings us back to the top of initiative. Zalric, the one that you have your Hunter's Mark on. That's how it works.
No, okay.
So,
Okay. I didn't know just having the same.
It's whoever's dex is high.
Right. Okay.
So the one attacking you, seeing that at least one of your number might need ganging up on, say like, he just threw up. And he tries to throw up on you. Give me a dexterity saving throw. You good.
23.
It barks up, and you're like, where's the dude even aiming? It aimed over here where you had just been standing, and you're like, somewhere completely different. It's like, ugh. Give me a second. I still got some. I think I still got some in me. All right, what you got?
All right, where am I in relation to King versus the other? And what they're fighting?
Well, you were kind of towards the front, so you were scouting. So you're a bit further ahead than the rest of the boats. But these things were like,
Distance-wise, as far as looking at from like the furthest one away to everyone else.
no, I'd say that all you guys are probably within about 40 feet of each other.
And like in the linear path, simple path, I'm just trying to
So I'm thinking that you guys would probably be trying to stick to a linear path because the person in the front is trying to pick spots that are safe to step on and lead the way to show others where to step. So I'm sure you guys are probably in a fairly good formation at the moment.
Alright, so I don't want to get too far away. But
You can go laterally.
I need to put distance between me and this attacker. So as my bonus, I'm going to use Blessing of the Raven Queen.
Okay.
I'm going to teleport.
With Misty Step or something.
Yeah, bonus action, you can teleport to up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space.
Okay, so do you want to like move laterally then, so you're not getting further away from them, or?
Yeah, but I also don't want to move into attack range like directly with any of them. So I'm going to move kind of towards the middle, then maybe back 10 feet from where I'm at.
Okay, so kind of it's a circle, like you move from here to like around 2 or 3 or 5.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And then that way now the guy goes.
Very good. Very good work. Yes. Do you have Philosopher Slayer on your archetype or not? Okay.
So I do have the ability to do.
Yeah, that also works. This doesn't work. So you can really include it.
I just put there. So that's 11 plus hunter's mark plus 5. So that's 16.
Nice. It's looking real beat up. You about tore one of its wings off, and it's like oh no, keep going. And it's like kind of holding on to it and just like flapping it with his arms.
Right.
And he's leaking blood all over. He's leaking blood all over the place.
So that was 16. Oh. I'm just
Yeah.
Also, no, that's okay. I'm not saying this.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. Wexley, one of the special firm, is going to attempt to.
Research.
Yeah. So this.
Save us, Wixley.
All right. So he said, "Oh no, those guys threw up. I can feel it." And he does the same thing. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, they can continue to throw up as much as they want.
Each of these guys says,
Oh, another guy's coming up here.
8.
so this one, you do not have to say, you zag right into it. And you get coated in bark. And you can feel hardening in your fur, and it's restricting you and restraining you and holding you in place. So you're currently restrained. You can attempt to break free if you want, or you can try and do something that doesn't require any physical movements.
Hold on. I'm going to impose a lucky forward to save third.
Mm-hmm.
I can use my reaction to roll a d4 and add it to the save.
Okay, what did you get originally?
It was
8? Okay. Roll the
I'll put it complete with half cans. That's going to add 4, so 12.
So it looks like it covered you, but then it's almost like your bunny friend vanishes from the spot where he was, and you see the cement kind of sticking there in the air in the form of him, except he's like standing right next to it, and the cement part just sort of falls into the swamp, and then it's gone. Surprise goes from like,
What's up, Doc?
Ah!
hey, he's cheating! Alright, you may take your action.
Well, I'm going to reach into my cloak that's behind me and pull out a wand of magic missiles and just unleash, we'll say, one blast. One charge at the one that is currently right.
Okay, so with the wand, it's 1 missile per charge, correct?
No, it casts the first level spell,
So
and then each charge that you spend with it
okay.
upcast to the
Are
next level.
you targeting all 3 charges of this, or are you going to target missiles that's
Let me hear it.
I am not upcast.
he gets 3 missiles.
Yeah.
So are all 3 going at this guy, or are you splitting them up against some of the other targets? The ones that Volcan and Zara are fighting look pretty damn beat up.
That's probably the 2 that, if I can finish them off, that probably frees them to go and do stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, so 2 at them, and then,
The left one for you.
yeah.
Go ahead and roll some damage.
I'm just going to roll the 1d4 for all 3.
Okay.
And that's going to be 5 points to each of them.
All right. It's all right. The one that's covering in front of you, trying to like keep his wings flapping. There's a little pop right in front of you, and it hooks down, and its bottom half is missing. He said, he drops his wing and falls to the ground, signing inside parts, go back in, go back in.
He did?
And he just sort of melts into the mud and disappears. The one in front of Wexley is impacted, and it goes, that hurt! And then the one in front of Volcan is just still like shaking it off, and it's like saying like, all right, so that's how you want to play. Well, I'll show you what I got, and then suddenly his head just explodes. And his body just sort of like keels over and splats.
No, your friends are disappeared.
Ha! You make a compelling argument.
And he hasn't been hit yet.
So you got hit with 1 magic missile.
You only did you apply all 3 damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 did, 1 hurt.
Yeah. The one facing Pickle. Oh no!
I will. No, I got a bonus action spell that I can cast. So, yeah. Is anybody looking kind of injured-ish?
I am
Between
down to.
you and he both took, I think, 7.
I'm 17 out of 24. What are you?
14.
How much did both have? I'm thinking of one.
He dished out the.
Then I will cast. What did you say? 9. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself here. As
I'll give you plus 2.
yes.
How is y'all's AP higher than mine?
Oh, I got the.
That's what I said in Jared's. I'm the tank, and like there's 2 other people with higher ECs. And I'm-
Barbarian.
And that will impact them.
Oh,
All
I
right.
forgot to do my wild magic when I raided. It's a D8, I think. I don't remember what the table was.
Shooting a player's handbook, I think.
Oh. Player's handbook. The one
Yeah,
that's right in front of you.
Maybe.
yeah, Bob, really tap on the wild magic.
I don't think that was in the players.
Yes.
Oh, not,
Is
that in,
Barbarians is Totem and
is that one in Xanthar or is it in Tasha's?
I just remember y'all looked it up last time. I don't think you said where.
I looked up in here.
Let me take a look at your characters.
You know,
Rage.
yeah, Totem and
Wild
Berserk.
Surge. So, what D8?
They did that. Throw it outside the thing.
That's really tough.
Sweet.
An intangible spirit, which looks like a fluff or a pixie.
What the fuck?
It's like a flying tentacle.
Sure.
Looks like a fucking jellyfish. Alright. A flump appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you. At the end of the current turn, the spirit explodes and each creature within 5 feet of it succeed on dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning an spirit on each of the turns.
Would I have had to do that on your last turn? That's the rage.
We could say retroactive. Yes, you did that. So which one would you have dealt
The
with
one.
exploding from to?
I guess the one that was near me.
Okay. So roll a d6 for the damage issue. Exploding flump.
Hi.
It's uncanny, really. It's really uncanny. So the one that you blasted.
So in total I did it 10 damage. Because I did
The one that you're in the process of moving, seeing that some of the buttons are getting exploded around it, says, "Oh, this distraction is making me sick." Next year, saving her.
I have advantage to those. You have advantage on dex saving throws against effects that you can see while not blinded, deaf, or incapacitated. Woo! So the first one would have been 14, and the second one
Barfing
is
That's what I'm going to run into today.
17.
Barfing.
You know, it barks, and you just sort of like jump above it. Like you jump up, and the legs are like, just, wow, so nimble, so quick.
Yes, please.
I'm going to be sick. Oh wait, I already am. He says, bye. It just dives straight down into the mud.
Do I
And there's
get,
a splash of mud, and it disappears.
do I get alcohol?
Leave it stick. Just went into the earth.
Rude? Okay.
The one that Benito is.
Wait, it's my turn.
It is your turn. That's right.
Okay. Theoretically, which one would be the closest thing to me now?
So the one in front of
Which one looks more hurt?
What's
I'll go that way. I'm gonna go after that one and see if I can break it.
Are you summoning your spirit on that one too then?
No, my flumps will go to the one of them.
Alright. Go ahead and roll the damage for the exploding one.
Flumps.
Alright, so Benito, as she goes running off to help Bunny Boy, you see you're left alone with the one that's been hazing you, and suddenly you see a glowing white tentacle monster appear in the air behind you. It looks like the cap of a mushroom. It's like translucent. It's got fly stalks off it. It's got a whole bunch of tentacles just dangling down from below it. And as it appears there, its eyes suddenly get very big. And it just swells up and then it explodes. And the one in front of you gets blasted by the explosion. It's like, what the heck is that? All right, and you're
Thank you, Pickles.
you're doing some sort of rage attack with a melee weapon, I think.
Yes.
Hey, it's a dark 09. How many minutes ago? What was that?
It just came up with your last roll, or
No.
whenever you did that.
Oh, yeah, 17. So,
Oh my
whack
God.
it with the hammer. Doing 1d8 plus 4. 7 plus 4. 11 points of damage.
It you chop off one of its legs, and it complains and says, "Hey, quit ganging up on us."
Leave my bunny friend alone.
He says, "Make me."
I will.
Oh, that's not great. All right, anything else? What was your move? Your attack? And
Oh.
All right. Benito. The one in front of you has taken some more damage after getting partially exploded by a dangling tentacle beast. It too is going to try and bark in your general
I'm shocked.
FLUMPH. The disturbing thing is it lets you summon a flump or a pixie, and exploding pixies would make me cry. So I'm glad you chose a flump.
I should break the phone book's here. I should get it slow.
Sorry, give me a dexterity saving throw.
14.
All right, you managed to get out by this cement mark as well.
Aha! Exactly, right? Or was that a
Counter strike. That was.
Is it? By the time the mark clears, you notice that it's already disappeared, and the muck and the mud in front of you in the ground is just bubbling. And you see the last bit of its tail vanish as the mud flees.
Damn! So then he'll switch his hex over to the one in front of the bunny. Or
Okay.
Witchlight.
Yep.
And then he's gonna blast. Oh, shit.
All right. Make your attack rolls.
And then it's 1d6 plus. No, it is a 1d10 plus 3 plus 1d6. Which one's 10 again?
One that
Point to one.
That one? Yep. Alright. D6. What was it? 3 plus 3. Alright. That's 4 plus 3, 7. And for a big 7 plus 1.
All right. How do you want to do this?
woo!
Right back of his head, face the hill, and then just.
All right.
Smile, you son of a.
You point at this speck that's about 10, 15 feet away, and inform it that today is not its lucky day, and its head just goes, and blood and sticks and some green just goes everywhere. It and splats into the mud and just sinks out of sight.
Satisfying.
Yes. So you have defeated the mud methods. A couple of whom have survived, and may perchance warn others of their kind not to engage you in topics of culinary disciplines.
Now we know the answer to the questions.
Yes.
All right.
Blood ties.
I'll say
That's
it
what
right.
blood.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
He's gonna wipe some blood off his face and say, "Gather around, everybody. Then we'll press the digitation."
Okay.
Thank you.
Prestidigitation for all.
This thing came in quite handy.
Yes, I'm glad you enjoy it.
I don't like getting dirty.
Well, you're not in your fancy clothes anymore, but I remember when you were in your fancy clothes, you didn't want to get dirty either.
Oh no, that was in character I was talking.
Oh, okay.
But no, because they weren't her clothes.
Mhm.
She doesn't want to get somebody else's stuff dirty. Getting her own stuff dirty
You're probably dirty to begin with.
is not.
That's right. We must clean off the queen.
Queen Piccolo. That's her name.
Queen
Oh,
Pickle the
All up here,
Fuss.
why is that mud
clean
green?
now.
Everybody's clean. Everybody's clean, clean, clean.
All right, you've gotten everyone nice and sparkly again, and may continue on your way, wandering about the swamp, trying to find the bandit's tollway.
We want to do.
We're heading north already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far north had we gotten?
That's a damn fine question. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Do you want to do a short rest real quick? Get
I'm
some hit points
good.
back?
Yeah, you could.
We could. I will
14.
14.
What did I just do? Oh, that was you. All right.
Yeah, you think you've been going in the correct direction. You do hear a sucking sound just up ahead. Different sucking sound than the other sucking sounds. that you've
We
heard
missed
so
our
far.
doing a chance for doing a short rest.
No, you can see that there's one of those O wells
Ah.
not far ahead, and it's currently in the process of sucking down the last remnants of the water that was impeding your progress for the last
Okay.
couple hours.
So now we're at a low tide, basically. If we're doing a short rest, that's what, 4 hours? How long is it?
Short rest is an hour.
It's an hour?
Yeah.
All right, so we won't be up to our eyeballs in water.
So, one of the house rules in Baldur's Gate 3 that I was particularly fond of
Uh-oh.
was when you do a short rest, instead of having to fuck around with hit dice and whatnot, you just heal half your max HP.
Yes.
You guys like that? Sound of that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm fine with
Do
it.
you like using the hit dice?
I mean, yes, but I mean, I will go with whatever the consensus is.
I mean, that's
I wouldn't
fine
even
with me.
hit, so.
Okay. Alright, so you guys can reclaim up to half your hit points at once and not have to worry about rolling any stupid dice. I just like it because it's faster.
But rolling the dice is fun.
Yeah, but
It uses a seldom used mechanic, so
Yeah.
which is
I was only down to
So is that-
really my biggest thing with it is like
So my 14 would be half my hit points, so
Yeah,
I
so
can
you
get
can-
up to 14 back.
Well, 12. Will be half your hit points, right?
My max hit points is 24.
Right. So
So
half of
12
that.
is
12.
You get half of your
That's hard. So I can get up to 12 back. All right, I like it.
This is why he's in IT instead of mathematics.
That's right. So that gets me back to full health.
And
Actually.
physics
Yeah.
is straight out.
I can go all the way up now.
You guys have cookies?
Yeah,
Oh, snap.
Can we make it up for you?
Oh, my gosh.
They
You
got
guys are my
coconut pecan, and then there's macadamia.
Okay. Which one?
Right, it's macadamia.
Okay. That sounds good.
White chocolate macadamia. The coconut ones are nom 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 nom.
Mm-hmm. The
Like
coconut. All the people in coconut.
What?
I don't like coconut either. I'm not the only one.
People in coconut.
They all like coconut.
My
take
sister,
it or leave it.
Okay. One person would taste.
I can take it or leave it, but this is just good. My sister's allergic to it.
I'm not allergic to something.
It just really kind of depends, like what
Yeah.
it's in. Like if it's in
Yeah.
German chocolate cake, I freaking love it.
These are good. They're very buttery.
They're soft.
Mm-hmm.
Soft.
I just don't like the texture of coconut.
Yeah, same here. You know.
Those are not as stringy or pumpy as some.
No.
Because if I do like like the coconut flavor by itself without the stuff, I'm fine with that.
Still hungry.
But German chocolate cake with all that shaved coconut on the outside? Oh my god, no, hell no.
Mm-mm.
Hell no.
Just take the coconut off and it tastes great.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'll even get inspiration from cookies.
Go ahead. And give me a survival check for the next leg of your journey.
Do I
Can I
get?
take this one with advantage?
Go for it.
I will guide it to myself.
Right.
I will help him. And
Let
give
me
him
die.
advantage.
Let me die.
And be like, no, not that way. This way.
It's so tiny.
That's right.
Itty bitty baby dice.
$16.
16. All right, that's pretty good. You guys make your way past the well, and you can see, just like the previous one you encountered, floating up from it are a number of those friendly will-o-wisps who greet you, and you guys end up talking with them for a little bit. Before making your way on further.
We asked them if they've seen the inn recently. They give us better.
Says, oh, the inn. Yes, it was in that direction that they all group up and form an arrow pointing in this direction, and you can see the arrow moves ever so slightly.
So we will kind
Is
of
it
walk
this-
in that direction and you're along with it.
What direction is it?
And it's kind of
The
to the
little fork here is
northwest.
so helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of to the northwest.
Which is where we were heading initially.
Mm-hmm. So you guys continue wandering that way. It's even though the water has subsided, it is still pretty mucky around here. So basically the whole domain gets called rain. But after what feels like another few hours, you guys eventually hear this sound. You can feel the ground starting to shake beneath you. So it's like and in the distance, you see what looks like this massive structure with a bunch of fleshy legs, just sort of like doing like a goose step march and like across your path. And as it gets to be right in front of you, it grinds to a halt and it stamps its feet a few times, and then it goes.
What is it?
And you see like a wave of muck sort of spread out from it before it settles down, and then
Bless it.
What's your issue?
Benito.
Can you demonstrate?
Prestidigitation.
it's like
Thank you.
marching.
What's your
Best
issue
spell
with
ever.
getting with mud?
Every time. Do you know how much it takes to clean this and keep it pristine?
No. Okay.
And Voltan just shakes his head and says, Benito, clean the bunny up.
Already done.
Alright, go.
You got something
It's
you
like,
know.
you're fine. We got you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
How many of those do
Feeling
you
proud to
have?
be close by here. What?
How many of those do you have?
Infinite, actually. Infinite.
Oh,
I can
is it
cast
cantrip?
that at will. It's cantrip, yes.
Oh,
He's a fancy lad.
yeah.
They don't believe in getting their hands dirty, much less the rest of them.
That's right.
I see.
Getting your hands dirty is for the underlings, right?
Oh, Pickle's gonna tease something.
Pickle has made a decree.
That's right. I guess I am the underling between Pickle, right?
Yeah, that's true.
We're all her footstools.
Pardon us, my lady.
We're all her footstools.
She's not real big. It's got to be kind of uncomfortable ergonomics wise.
A step up stool for her.
Is the dryer done already?
Yes.
It's sex drying now.
Oh, I usually if I've got a big load, I usually just do it time to dry.
Well, I mean, it's probably, I actually was, let me open it and see how it's doing. Because it doesn't usually take that long.
Sierra Nevada.
Because I don't even hear it running.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Ruthless Ride.
Oh, that sounds
Up here.
good.
Yeah. So this is funny. Slayer's Prey is not concentration.
Oh, is it
Mark
not?
is. Yeah.
I could have sworn that Slayer's Prey was.
'Cause Hunter's Mark has the little C in the diamond beside of it. Slayer's Prey does not.
Oh, maybe they changed it. Because that was
You can double check and make sure.
Yeah, because that was part of the reason why I didn't take that when we did that one shot with the assassin game that we ran. Was that Kelsey who ran that?
I think that's Kelsey's other campaign.
Yeah.
Not in it though. Because I think this is part of like my archetype that I took. So
Oh,
It's taking a little bit longer because I've got a couple of towels in there because I had to use those. I didn't know what they see.
fighting styles, contested focus, prime awareness, monster slayer magic, hunter sense, slayer's prey.
But yeah, since Pickle already got you with the swoop, she's gonna get. What do you
Oh yeah, it says it's just a bonus action.
yeah.
You got something
Oh,
on
well,
you or
that's
no?
cool.
So then I can stack them and use both, but I just
Yeah, you can. Okay, well
Yeah,
that's cool.
and if my concentration gets broken, I only lose one.
I wonder why it.
I have to do it once.
I wonder why it told me it was concentration when I
The
tried
bunny
running
or
one of
did you
these.
Did you?
Okay, well that's I'm glad because I was like,
Pickles!
I was too because I was like, damn,
Okay, forgetting
being
it
able to
wrong.
stack them
I'm
is the whole reason I kind of went that
him.
way.
yeah.
Ah,
Well, that's good because I
You're a
didn't think it made sense for
stinker.
it to. All right,
Get
good,
my name right.
good. Oh God, what did I just do?
Pickle?
Do my look crazy.
Just remember, it's pickle, not pickles, because she cannot be imitated. She's the one and only.
There's only one.
Well, she's a queen now. It's Pickle.
Also wrong. Mud for you too.
No, quit throwing mud.
Pickle.
Pickle.
Thank you.
Stop throwing mud.
I'm not throwing it. I'm just like I've got some on my hand.
Close enough. It's messy. All right, so you guys find yourselves
Pay attention.
at the inn at the end of the road,
Yay.
and
Looking for.
Okay, now can you clear my hands, please?
Prestidigitation.
Thank you. That benefits everybody.
and as
Yes, it does.
it grinds to a stop and then sits down in the muck, you see this is what it looks like.
Oh,
Cool.
fancy muck house.
Let me see. You pass it up? No, I can.
Actually, I might have an artwork of it on the currency
It's
file.
heard.
Witchlight.
So how far
That
down does
might-
it sit into the muck? Is it just a little feet underneath it? Is it like 2 stories, or is
It's
it
like 3 stories.
Oh, three.
Whoa.
That's a big inn.
Yeah.
he'll be walking around on his own? Yeah.
Mm,
Does it walk around while people are inside it?
you may be about to find out.
No.
Where is the artwork that I want to show you?
Also, don't make fun of my name. That's why I didn't tell you, schmucks.
End of the road.
The term of endearment. Because you're dear.
Ah,
Ah, you're green. Stop it.
open image in new tab.
I'm not blushing. You're blushing.
Why did it open the image in the new tab? I hate it. It won't let me do that.
Lovely shade of pink on you.
I'm trying to think. There's problems.
All right, there is the end at the end of the road.
What do you get when you add red to green?
There you go. Now I can see it.
There we go.
Yay! So yeah, it's got a whole
Good.
bunch of little feet underneath of it.
That's a lot of feet.
Yeah.
Things around here really don't like to stay put.
What?
The structures around here really don't like to stay put.
It's true. Like, you got hills walking around with fancy teenage elf shoes. You got elves walking around in bare feet.
So would this have helped me? Because I also my archetype is monster slayer. So like evil fae. Does that give me advantage on them, or what does that do?
When you're fighting evil fae,
They were
Like Mythics?
methods aren't. They're evil.
Or demons,
Okay.
right?
Like elementals, I think.
Okay, I'll give them one.
But yes, it could potentially help you against other things. So, where'd you go?
like hags, maybe?
Possibly.
And I do actually have as one of my
Yeah.
Are they
spells that I learned as a monster slayer,
I don't
protection
know.
from
He said possibly.
evil and good.
Oh,
I'm not
that's
gonna look
very
it up
helpful.
'cause
What does that do
the
again?
one thing I don't want to.
I think it gives disadvantage for those creatures to hit you.
Is
I
it
think.
just so it's a spell though? I'd have to take an action to use it,
Yes. Correct. I'm pretty sure it's concentration.
but it doesn't count against the number of spells I know. But it does, yes, and it does say concentration.
Yeah.
So I couldn't use it. So I could use Slayer's Prey and not use Hunter's Mark and use this instead.
Yes.
There's my bonus action for okay.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to figure out some. Thanks.
No problem. So, the door to the tavern, they're nice and made of weather-worn oak, but they swing inwards, and you can smell. Sounds like stew cooking from within.
Smells good in here. What, does
Is there
it smell
a
good?
sign?
Yes, above there's a sign that's like kind of bolted onto the wall of the tavern that reads "In at the end of the road." And from within, you see an elderly woman poke her head out. Where's her?
Okay, who are we looking for here?
That is going to be Sue Harbox.
Sue Harbor.
Why are we looking for her again?
May be able to give more info. I don't know on what, but more info.
Alright.
Oh,
So you see a nice older-looking Asian lady
That soup looks good.
inside, and she pokes her head out and she says, "Oh, we have guests. Come inside. Come inside."
Hello, madam.
Hi.
It smells wonderful in here.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. I've been cooking all day.
Insight check.
Go ahead and roll it.
Okay. Never go anywhere that you're just immediately invited into.
well, but that's the rule here, to be hospitable until people.
It is, but
Turn out to be
I
dicks.
still like to be cautious. 24.
You sense that she seems sincere.
All of my friends inside.
All right. So you come inside. It looks like you guys might be the only guests here at the moment, at least in the common room downstairs. Let's see if I have a map of this place. I think I might, possibly, if I remembered. Which I may or may not.
Her name was Sue what again?
Parabax.
Parabax.
Fairfax.
Sue is spelled T-S-U.
Sue. Ah.
I don't, my note literally stops at may be able to give more info. I did what we were trying to get info.
Well, I know that we're supposed to be looking for a pincer-clawed scarecrow named Clapperclaw because they're the best guide in Hither.
I have
And
no note of that.
they live in Downfall and they know their way to Thither, where Granny Knightsbury
Pincer
is.
Claw Scarecrow. Alright.
Yeah.
And we also have to get through the area.
So,
I need to stand up.
so Sue invites you in and
Wonderful.
invites you guys to have a seat. She says, "Oh, you all look like you've managed to keep most of the mud off. That's commendable."
Thanks to this guy.
It's a lot of work, but we manage.
Oh, very good. Are you hungry? I've been cooking.
Absolutely.
We could,
Use some hot soup.
yeah.
Oh, very good. That's what I've been cooking.
We have a crap ton of that snake meat. We could maybe give her some.
We have more snake meat than we could possibly use.
Would you like some?
Oh, certainly. I would be happy.
We got some that's cured and some that's not.
Hmm. Well, I think what's not cured. Maybe I'll take some of that before it's spoiled.
Yeah.
That would be
Give her a
perfect.
couple- Give her a
Would be
couple pounds of that.
Excellent. She says, "Well, tell you what then. You eat free.
Oh, thank you. Very
You're
generous.
so kind.
It's okay. One good turn deserves other." And she goes around and says, "Please sit where you like. Get comfy."
Thank you.
And she says, "Sorry for the drab surrounding. I don't like being stuck here and hither any more than I'm sure you do, but the inn can't leave hither, and so we stuck here in swamp."
Well, this is the most pleasant place we've been since we've been here.
Yes,
Oh,
it is lovely.
Too kind.
Why can't you leave?
Well, the hag Bavlorna, she doesn't let anyone leave hither.
If-
So unless she lets you leave, you stay.
Or if she were just not here.
Where
Well-
would you rather be?
Not in swamp. I'd rather be in forest. Talk to my friends.
Oh.
Heck, even plains better.
Well, before the hag, wasn't this a rather nice place?
It was. It was a very nice place. Lived here a long time.
So you'd probably like it to be back the way it was.
Yes. If only we could freeze a bill now.
We're kind of working on it.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh,
That's no goal.
I knew you was good guys. Here, have more. She says, "Just a second. I think bread is ready." She goes back into the kitchen and you can smell when she opens up the oven, fresh baked bread, and she pulls it out, and it's kind of like dark pumpernickel,
Oh, nice.
like you get at what's the steakhouse? Outback.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. So
Now
it's,
the with stew.
yeah. So she serves you guys up some of that and says, "What are you all drinking?"
Do you have a nice wine?
He says, "I have wine."
Or an L.
I mean, I think it's okay. So, L, I got L too. Yes.
Well, I'll take a bottle of wine.
Thirsty, huh? She goes back and gets you a bottle of wine just for herself. Comes back with a tankard of ale for you, and she says, "You two look kind of young."
Oh, they'll share with me and get on some glasses.
Okay, you say so. I'm no bad parent.
And water, please.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say water or milk, but I haven't had water, so that's probably good.
He says,
Have you
"Okay,
had
sweeties."
any wine recently? Or ever?
I feel like you have. I feel like you were drinking back at the inn.
I didn't.
Really?
Well, it'll be a lovely new experience for
I
you.
didn't.
Really?
Yeah.
That surprises me.
No, I was like, I'm not getting drunk.
Quest unlocked. Get pickle drunk.
You don't. I don't know that that's a good
Let's
idea.
not get her drunk. Let's just see if she likes it
He
first.
got it first. Let's
Let's not get her drunk at first. We'll see if she
Pickle.
likes
The,
it.
the,
He needs
spring,
to-
the strongest
Yes,
drink
let's see.
that Pickle has had thus far, at least in game, was the over-sugared tea.
We'll see how she reacts to it before we go that way. Make sure she's not a mean drunk. She's very strong.
Yeah. All of a sudden, she's just like, rage.
Watch, she's cuddly.
Right.
I mean, is it dry?
The wine?
I don't know. We'll try it.
Only one way to find out.
I mean, does she bring glasses?
Yeah.
Does she bring glasses?
Yep.
And you will pop open the wine, smell it, and it smells.
Give me a. What check would be good for that? Nature, maybe.
I wasn't thinking nature would be a perfect.
Investigation.
Yeah.
I just want to know if it smells good or not. Like it's not going bad.
Survival.
That's a survival
check.
Yeah,
Goodness.
I guess go with survival or investigation if you prefer.
Let's see here. I
No.
don't think I got a plus on either one of those. Let me take a look. Nope.
Or you know what? Hell, you can use history if you want. You're proficient in that.
Alright, I'll do that. So, yeah, 6. Is that right? History? Let me take a look. Yeah, no, 5. Got a 5, big 5.
Take 5. It doesn't have a particularly strong aroma, so it doesn't smell overbearing or anything.
Not.
It doesn't smell like vinegar either, which is good.
Well, it doesn't smell terrifying, so we'll give it a try. So he'll
You
pour.
first.
Gonna pour a glass for you and hand it to you. Gonna pour a glass for me. You want me to go first? Make sure it's good.
Yeah.
Gonna take a sip and
It's super sweet.
super. It's a little on the sweet side.
Sip, sip. Ooh.
It's like the stuff you like to drink. I rolled for it.
Therapy.
So, she'll like that.
It's much more on the sweet side than you would normally be comfortable with.
Cool.
It's lovely. It's very good. Thank you.
Oh, good.
It's very sweet.
I don't have big selection. Don't have too many regular traders come through here. Damn. Oh, the darn brigands steal all the good stuff and take it for Bavlorna.
Well, we're gonna see if we can do something about those brigands too.
Oh, really?
That's the plan. We gotta go through them to get to where we're going.
Is it not?
Oh, you go downfall.
Yeah.
Right. That's correct.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's where the witch is, and that's the way out.
Yep.
It is the
We're
way.
hopefully going to take out the brigands and then Bavlorna.
Well, tell you what, I get you closer.
Please.
She says she reaches back behind the bar and picks up an old wizened looking walking stick, and she kind of reaches up and wraps on the rafters on the ceiling, and she says, "Hey, in! Go downfall!" And the inn doesn't really seem to give any response that you guys can see. But she says, we hook you up.
Issues.
Look out
Very
the
Much
window.
appreciated.
Yes.
Yeah, when you look out the window, you can see the ground outside is like pitching and rolling all over the place as the inn is moving along. But inside here, you wouldn't know that it wasn't stationary.
Well, this is very impressive inn you have.
Yes.
Sip, 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 sip.
Enjoying it, dear?
Yeah.
Very good.
I thought it was gonna taste gross.
Can I try that?
Absolutely. He pours a glass for you.
Water it down.
It tastes like communion wine when you water it down.
You get used to the watered down taste of wine over time.
You only drink watered down wine?
That's what we had at the
At the church back in Brusser.
church. Yes.
That's right.
Why
Couldn't
would
think
you
of the word for but for the church in Prosser. Yeah.
How is it? You enjoy it?
It tastes like watered down wine.
Oh, very
Why
good.
would you put water with your wine?
The object is not to get drunk.
Pickles like to get what?
Yeah, I don't know what that's like.
Apparently,
Dude,
we
if your
had a
head
problem
starts to
with
spin,
that
let us
when,
know.
when
Why would my head
the
start
church was
spinning?
first established.
If you drink too much wine, you'll find out.
Oh, is that?
Oh, that's when people get stupid, huh?
That's true.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
What was that, Wexley?
Not necessarily.
Apparently,
If you
we
don't
had
do it.
a problem with that when the church was first established in Prosser. The first minister was, well, a bit of a lush. Did not water down his wine.
Sounds like a charming fellow.
It didn't get looked too kindly upon.
Oh, and now your current minister?
My father
Oh,
and my mother.
Oh.
As they might say, a church brat.
Yes. But they are. Let me pull my history here so that I can reference this real quick. They are actually servants of Moralnus.
Moralnus, do I know?
You know that Moralnus is, in some cultures, he's also called Chorus. He's basically the king of the gods. He's like the god of winds and song and eagles and whatnot.
Ah,
Do I know any of that?
so are you a
Maybe.
follower
Would I?
of Moralnus as well?
Apparently not.
It's not a thing, right?
Excuse me if you told us this
Okay.
before, but who is your patron?
I have not. It is Steor.
And can you tell me about Steora?
I can.
She,
About Steor.
So Steora is the youngest daughter of Miralnus. Miralnus has had two mates. His first mate, Daedalus, even though Miralnus was the king of the gods, she was actually more powerful than him, and sort of resented the fact that she had a share in the power that all the other gods did, for the purposes of helping to mentor them and helping them to fulfill their potential. But so as a result, they all ended up surpassing her in their niches and getting glory like that, which kind of made her bitter after a while. So at a certain point, she sort of turned wicked bad and tried to take over, and they sort of split up. Her younger sister, Cainrelay, the goddess of magic and stars, after Daedalus was out of the way, she sort of ended up with Moralnus, and their child was Steora, who is the goddess of like self improvement and inspiration. So very upbeat, positive deity.
So what draws you towards Theos then?
Normal stuff. I was out and about, and there was, not quite the burning bush, but a vision. And I was approached, and that was a few years ago.
So the goddess Theos actually came to you?
She talked to me. She's got other things to do than that. But at that time, I guess she didn't. It was really weird. I always thought gods had more to do than just come and visit your mortals.
Sometimes they tend to meddle, from what I've heard.
Occasionally. What about you? Where are you from?
I am from a town, a city called. Insert name of city here.
You're from the. I don't remember the name of the city,
Yeah.
but the name of the country is Cormair.
Cormair. I'm from Cormair, and I was.
It's across the Laconian Sea from Alatista.
Okay.
Do I know where that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find my handy map.
I remember recognizing the name.
And it turns out my mother was quite the go-getter, you might say.
She's gone got.
What was that mean?
She was upwardly mobile in the city of Maltese, where she moved to, and married herself a rich, a very wealthy patron of that city,
So let's see here.
and began to take over
So
until she.
Malatista is here. Ellesmere Dale is here. Prosser is within Ellesmere.
We're not really
Dale.
that far from each other.
And there's a range of mountains down here. So Ellesmere Dale is kind of an overland trade route that connects Astoria, which you remember from some of our previous campaigns. That's where haughty countess lives. There's an overland route that kind of leads through here, connecting these two powers, these two powerful nations. So
where's he from again?
he is from Cormair, which is an
Okay.
elven nation over here near the Demon Shade. They're not a super powerful nation. It's more like a city-state than a nation-state. So they're basically a vassal state to Malatesta at this point. So that's where his family is from. And then Ellesmere Dale, where Wexley is from, they try to stay neutral and not cause problems for either Astoria or Malatesta because they have a much smaller population. It's more like a commonwealth than an actual nation, so they basically try not to get squashed from either side. So, yeah.
Cool.
So she was a go-getter from there.
Yeah. And in my campaign, Dasha is from this island called Atina, which is kind of like Sicily.
Is that where she is from
Yeah,
her other
she
campaign? Or is it
made
No,
some
it's next
very
to
powerful
Sicily.
enemies in
Okay.
the state Malatesta, and her dear husband wound up getting assassinated, and she ran away.
Her husband, your dad?
No, there was a stepfather.
Oh.
Yes.
Did you like him?
It was fine. Seemed like, a nice, stupid old man.
So
He was a very powerful. He's from a banking clan, which might have explained why Benito's mother took a shine to him.
And he was
Very wealthy.
powerful and wealthy when my mother got her claws into him.
do you like your mom?
She is a wonderful woman.
That you would not want to be on that check.
Like, yeah, I want to do that too.
Insight. Oh my god. That's not going.
12.
26.
26.
A natural 20.
Jesus.
Well,
Well, if you must know, I do love my mother. My mother loves me very dearly. She's just not the nicest person, and
scary.
she can be a little bit scary. Yes, indeed.
Not the most nurturing.
You probably don't want to be on the same road as she is.
You don't want to be in her way of her goals, or a nice old man with a lot of money.
Or the
Bad
or her
idea.
carriage.
Or in the way of her carriage.
Or her carriage, yeah.
I'm not in danger of becoming old anytime soon. Or having a lot of money.
So you may feel free to make another insight check when Voltan
Or in
makes
the way of her
comments
carriage.
about not being in the way of her carriage, and as he's kind of glaring at Benito.
Alright, fine. I'll think
Okay,
about
we've
it.
been over this. That wasn't his fault.
That is the exact opposite for a 7.
7. Well, I will let Voltan take over here then.
So you're not. Voltan's comment just kind of seems like a throwaway comment. It doesn't sort of hit with the same sort of gravitas as him taking a deep breath, talking about his mom.
Voltan, do you mind if I explain it?
Sure, be my guest.
All right. So, apparently, the assassins that were after my mother
And you.
and me were trying to kill my mother and accidentally shot the horse of the carriage that was carrying my mother, and the carriage went out of control and ran down Voltan's beloved.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so that's how we met.
We went over this, though. That's not his fault.
Yeah, I know.
Also, you guys met before that, didn't you?
Yeah, when we were children.
That's right.
Yeah, somebody'd like to pick on orphans in his spare time with his.
Okay, I
brothers.
gotta object to that one. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Was that your bro?
No. just I don't think you would have been picking on people.
Yeah. Well, lots of drugs and wine, they kind of make you forget about stuff. It's okay. It's okay.
Speaking of
We'll
wine,
pass
she
it.
finishes her cup. How big a cup did you pour her?
So Sue's just been sitting here this whole time listening in on the conversation. She says, "Wow, you guys have a lot of history. How long you know each other?"
3 days.
2 weeks.
3 days.
How long have we known each other?
Maybe a week.
Maybe a week.
Maybe a week.
Really?
And me, it's
Oh,
literally
this is happening?
maybe
Okay.
3 days.
Yeah, it's not been a real long time.
So how big a cup of wine did you pour the beginner?
Just a little bit.
I mean, all the glasses are.
Oh, for
Would you like some more, dear?
A little bit
Well,
for
hold on.
a medium-sized person.
For
She
a,
has a very high constitution.
but
She
so
does.
she finished her glass, her glass. Do I need to roll anything?
You can make a Constitution saving throw if you like. See how you hold your liquor.
Dirty 20.
It tastes like sweet juice to you.
Okay.
Well, I believe she needs a bigger glass next time.
Well,
I don't really have bigger glasses, but you can just keep filling it up until
nah.
it runs out.
Well, but I want some water too, because if I don't have water, I'll get headachy. So I will wait on
Okay, we get you water, sweetie. It's
that.
fine. Sure.
Wow, this stuff is yummy. I thought it was going to be gross.
Well, there's all kinds of different kinds of wine. Some are sweet, some are not.
Then she says, "This is wine from my homeland. It's made with plums.
Ooh.
Very sweet."
It'll keep you regular, too.
Regular what?
We'll find out.
She says, "Very good for digestion.
Oh, okay.
Very
Oh,
good."
that kind of regular. Oh.
Jamie and Curtis got it.
Yes.
Anita takes another small sip. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's more of a dessert wine. You're thinking. But yes, it's
It
very
is
sweet.
better if you
So
water it
it's
down.
Sipping on the Zell. Taking
Yeah, to
everybody's
be clear, the
conversation in.
dessert wine that we had,
He knows most of
that
it
is-
anyway. At
Yeah.
this point.
borderline too sweet.
Oh my god, that's
What stuff?
Like a Moscato.
Oh no, it was
Better than that.
it was a
It was-
true,
it was sweeter than what I normally like.
it was a
Like-
true dessert wine.
Like ice wine.
Sweeter.
Sweeter. Like, I mean, it was literally one of the sweetest things I've ever put in my mouth, to the point where it was like drinking pure Saint Germain syrup. Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
It was almost too much for me, but I was like, hey, it's sweet. I'll drink it.
Shit, now I need a glass of water.
Yeah.
Actually, tell you what. Let's take a short break for bio here.
Just a
Bananas.
Ligaments.
tendon.
Popcorn.
Coffee.
Whoa. All right. So you guys were in the midst of talking amongst yourselves about your deities and all sorts of other good stuff. Was there anything else you wish to discuss?
We were swapping backstories.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
Swapping other stuff.
Such as?
How did you?
Insight check.
Can you tell us how your sense of direction got stolen?
I know people could steal something like that.
I mean, we found out that you can steal people's whole memories and of their names.
I know that
Yeah, fair.
elderly.
So you seem to recall you had the funniest sense of deja vu when you were at the Witchlight Carnival, and
Here he is.
you felt like it wasn't the first time you were there. In fact, you're pretty sure that when you were a child, you visited the Witchlight Carnival once before. Only, you guys were you were a recent transplant from the Shadowfell to the Feywild, and might not have actually had any form of money.
Oh,
and
no.
you may or may not have sort of snuck your way inside. And you seem to recall seeing like this little girl she looked like she was about your age. She wasn't dressed real well. Looked like she was probably for herself. But But you'll never forget her face. When you saw her, her face looked like a pig. It looked like you're not sure if it was a mask or her actual face, but this little girl with long black hair in bunches, she had a pig's face.
How long
And
does
then?
Shadowcard live? Or Shadarkai live?
Hundreds of years, typically. They're elves.
And how old are you?
I'm about 122.
Something like that. You're not real old.
No.
You pass the age of majority, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's about 70 was the age of majority.
100.
100.
Yeah.
What's Centennial about though?
Oh, we were talking about that the other day. He was,
I think you're in your like 20s or 30s.
I think we said 30s. That's still really young for now, right? Half elf.
You're half of some. You're probably in your mid 20s.
Mid 20s? Alright.
I think we fluffed up my
Yeah,
age.
Your age is much closer to what a human lifespan
Yeah,
would be.
not exactly, but pretty
Well,
close.
Yeah.
Why did I say 12?
Goblins mature faster than other races.
They do?
Mhm.
Oh, I thought they aged normally.
No.
They age faster.
Or Zer's like 15 because of
So
that.
how old would I really be being, like, people years then?
Maybe about 18, 19.
Okay.
Wait, how old is Voltan?
Waltan?
Mhm.
I think he's like. I think he's like 19.
Teenager.
Yeah, typically goblins
We're really young.
mature earlier. Because
Yeah.
if you were in the goblin realm, you'd probably be married or.
You know, one of the things that we haven't discussed, and
Y'all are
I'm not
making me go
proposing that
baby.
we discuss it now, but just planting the seed is that do you all have a group name?
No, we haven't come up with one yet. Haven't.
I didn't even know we were a group. We just met. Also, you guys
Are you
are
saying
making
that
me feel like
character
a
out of
baby.
character? Okay.
Well, we're just not really become established yet. Just getting to know each other. So, but
Yeah.
It's fair, but I mean, it does make it easier when you introduce, like when we introduce ourselves to like a court or,
But
to a queen.
yes, but no one would know us by that name.
Well, nobody knows anybody by any name until they start saying that that's
True.
who they are.
Mm-hmm.
And you previously met another group of adventurers, which is sort of what set you on this path, right?
Yeah,
What group of adventures are you talking about?
that would be the Stalwart Seven.
Yeah,
I believe is
sounds
what
right.
it was. Yeah, the Stalwart Seven is weird.
Oh, that's right. That's what inspired you to go on adventuring, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was strange. There was only five.
They start off with 7?
I've never figured it out. I asked, and I always got this roundabout answer, but by the time they finished telling me, I was lost.
Sounds like a touchy subject.
Maybe for them. I mean, I did meet them because one of theirs passed.
Well, we will just have to kind of come up with a name for ourselves as we go along.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
be something worthy of consideration.
Next letters.
How old are all of you?
character, I suggest we wait until Jacob's here.
Yeah.
How old are the rest of you?
I do not remember what I put my age as. I knew it was in my 20s, but it wasn't.
I need to put it somewhere.
Probably early 20s. I don't remember. off the top of my head.
I'm 122.
Holy freckles.
Thousands of years old.
Hmm?
Thousands of years old.
Thousands.
I do a goblin.
Yeah.
You are actually the oldest one here when it comes to that.
It's older than everyone else put together.
I'm
20, 40, 60, 80. Yeah, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just not it.
I'm gonna put him on here.
The
I've lived a lifetime for most.
the innkeeper says, "You look really." She says, "My grandmother, she was old. She lived to She lived to 103. You look really good for your age.
You're like 10 times my
It's,
age.
it's a racial characteristic.
Yes, I know, funny boy. You're not
I
the
appreciate
first
that.
elf I meet who says, well, you guys enjoy supper, go to bed, and in the morning, we'll probably be where you're wanting to go at the end. Listen to me.
Okay.
Okay, I won't make
It's
it.
mind of its own. Sometimes feet just get to traveling.
What about you, Fancy Pants?
I'm saying right now, Benita's 27. That sound good?
Okay.
27. That's still like young for not a kid for an elf. He's not a kid, but he's an adult.
Mhm.
Even for an elf, half elf. I mean,
Well,
Right.
half elves age normal like people, right?
well, they live to be like
just about.
180, is what you said earlier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but they mature about the
Normal.
same.
All right.
Yeah.
all right. So 27 sounds good.
I don't remember. It was somewhere in my 20s.
21, gotcha.
I don't think it was quite there. Might have been, but I don't think it was. I think I was a little.
Y'all can guess.
Walt Tan leans over and is like, what a bunch of old fuckers.
How old are you?
He says, I'm 19.
We all were kids together.
Yeah. Well, we apparently knew each other when we were kids.
Yeah, he's 19. That would have made you how old when you were kids?
I guess that
I
doesn't
mean,
work, does it?
bullies are typically older than the people that were
That's
bullied.
true. That's very true.
Fair enough.
I did not bully you.
Bullying an infant. Literally taking candy from a baby.
You guys,
Just, hey, whatever helps you sleep at night.
y'all are all old. You too.
What are you saying?
Just saying.
Okay. Whatever.
I mean,
Saying yo.
you're golly, no wonder they put me at the kitty table.
He says, no, that's just because you're short.
Oh, okay, well,
Besides, weren't you sitting with all the other goblins?
well, I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, what's it, can't remember.
12? Oh, itty bitty little baby pickle.
I'm gonna bite you,
I'm
is
sure
what
you-
I'm gonna do.
I'm sure you will. Anyway, I'm going to bed,
I'm
guys.
going for a goblin.
See you in the morning. Voltan just
Wait.
pushes his chair up, drains the rest of his soup bowl, and grabs one last piece of bread and sops up and just kind of walks off, eating the rest of his bread and heads up to the room.
I'm going for a goblin.
Yeah.
That's right. You're about my height.
I left you plenty.
She's like 2 foot something.
Yeah, I said about.
Right, so
I'm like 2.5 feet tall.
unless there's anything else, you guys head on upstairs to your rooms and get yourselves a good night's sleep. They do have a bathtub here in case you need to freshen up, other than by Benito's spell casting.
Oh yeah. I gotta
Yeah.
get some of this fur that's been shedding
Wet
off of me all.
Yeah. So you guys have a nice, relaxing night. The accommodations here aren't nearly as nice as the Grand Carnelian back in Roselle.
I don't think I even slept there.
But you slept there one night.
Oh, I slept there one night.
But considering all the muck and mud you've been trudging through for the past 2 days,
Very
it
nice.
seems like it's still accommodations in comparison to where you slept last night.
I make a pillow fort. But
Because
then
you impenetrable.
realize there's nobody to make one with me.
Do we have individual rooms, or are we bunking together? Or?
No, there's plenty of room here. You guys are able to room separately if you so choose.
I don't
Were
know.
there other guests?
You guys are the only ones in the tavern tonight, rather.
Guys, I'm not comfy being by myself. Never mind. So.
Wow. Navanita will come in there with you.
Okay, well, we're making a pillow for it.
All right, we'll make a pillow for it.
I found my thing here. Let's see. How
How
old
old
am I?
is he?
Give me an intelligence check for your engineering for your pillow fort.
Can I help give her advantage?
Yes.
Just chilling out directing.
It's gonna be a negative some
Yeah, go for it.
intelligence
It's a
check.
goblin pillow fort. Let it be what
Could
it'll
be a
be.
nat 20.
With a -1, that's 10.
And that was advantage?
Oh,
Yeah.
19.
Sweet.
You are an expert at building pillow forts and have no trouble constructing an indomitable domicile.
You're a good construction
Looks
supervisor.
very impressive.
I like it.
Nothing can get in here. Especially like the battlements.
The password is peaches. Don't ask me why.
Nice. All right. You guys bed down for the night. The evening is uneventful. Your pillow fort withstands all the terrors of the evening. We're in this land that is perpetual sunset.
Yeah,
You
Kiddo
wake,
has
up-
nightmares.
you wake refreshed in the morning to the smell of
You have night terrors?
She does, yes.
bacon cooking downstairs.
Oh, I'm 28.
Oh wow!
Oh, you're older than Benito.
It's by a wee bit.
And I'm 4'6".
About what, a year?
Wow.
You are like almost 5 and a half.
How fast do paragons mature?
They're medium creatures, so 30.
Oh, how? Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm technically. No, I am medium.
How fast do they age? I think he's saying.
Oh, age?
Lifespan.
So
About normal for Paragons are like that, about 80, right?
I think so.
So, all right, just like a human then.
Mm-hmm.
You guys come downstairs in the morning to the smell of bacon and some potato pancakes.
Ooh,
Wow.
vodka.
Something smells wonderful.
And she's got eggs cooking as well. And she says, "Heat up, everybody! Have a big take ahead of you." She said, "I poke my head out the door, and I can see the tollway only about a mile away."
You got any more of that wine?
He says, "I do, but it's breakfast time."
Mimosa.
Oh, I see. You're those kind of adventurers. Okay.
Did I get the word right?
She says, Here you go, fancy shorty."
I've never had one. That's the only thing I could think of that it was for. Here you go.
A little bit of water.
She's got orange juice
Yes,
in
we
it.
got water. We have juice. Go make me your mimosa.
Coffees?
Water down my wine again.
At least one of you have head on straight. When she
I don't actually want a
I just
mimosa.
crook my ears. Like off kilter completely.
so she has some hot water brewing, and she you can hear her grinding the beans down, and she has a cheesecloth that she puts in a funnel and pours the hot water through it, straining it out. Making a nice cup of coffee for her pour over method.
Beautifully
Smells
done.
wonderful, yes.
We get a long rest.
A long rest indeed.
Yay.
Aha, I get my extended use of this back. Aha, I cannot draw small circles.
So is it high tide or low tide outside?
Brilliant question. I never thought that.
At the moment, let's roll odds. low tide.
Okay.
And how close to the where are we going to the docks or
The tollways.
Looks like you put your head out the door, and you're kind of looking around trying to figure out what it is you're looking for. And she comes up behind you and says, "Oh, over there, you see?" And when you look, let me switch maps. Witchlight. This map. When you look, it's find yourselves like right over about here.
all right.
Center.
Hopefully people didn't keep
It's low tide.
So it's low tide at the moment, and I actually have a new map. I'll put you guys on to.
This is going to keep the tollways, but stay hidden and be careful until the next high tide.
was.
He told us.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what this place is?
We talked about it. We had asked about it when we were in the
Telling me Hill.
Yes.
This was still
Tell
on
me,
the hill.
Tell me.
Me Hill is down here.
Yeah,
Wait,
no, I'm
what?
talking
No,
about.
but when we were in Telemy Hill, we were asking about all the different things, and we had asked about the island and the lake.
I do not remember what that is.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I don't remember what that is. Let me see if I've got a note.
We're going there.
Oh no.
Can't leave the map until you've checked every corner, looted every box.
That's why
Make
I'm
sure you
so
look at
many
every
game,
single thing.
so many game hours into Baldur's Gate 3 and haven't really gotten anywhere close to you guys. Yeah.
More loot goblins.
I was like, wait a minute. There's still a shadowy area over there. Just all the way back around the map and go all the way back around again.
Yeah, I think that is the Lonesome Tower of Set Dressing.
Anytime the dice rolls dig.
She says, I don't know where. She says, I'm not sure who lives there, but I do know that there's fearsome serpent who lives in that lake. Just to eat anything smaller than it.
Probably smaller than that.
I think we all are. Let's avoid that if we
Yeah,
can.
you guys definitely smaller.
Well, we took down the pillow fort because, you know, I wouldn't want to leave a room like that.
So noted. He says, so, you guys are going to go to Downfall and take care of Babylona, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That is the plan, yes.
I knew I liked you guys. Hey, no charge for a room if you could do a good deed like that.
Do you have any suggestions for us?
Don't die.
I
Oh,
like that suggestion.
you know,
And we made sure to clean our rooms and stuff we left as far as
yeah, we did.
hospitality and
Yes. That is very important in this land.
You know where? Well, I think they're downfall. We're supposed to find a scarecrow
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
named Clapperclaw.
Oh yes, he lived in Downfall. I think he lost his head, but he found a new one.
Oh,
So he should be there still. I heard from other adventurers that he's not too happy these days because he's missing his proper head.
what's his proper head look like?
His head.
Gosh, it's been a long time since I've seen him. I think the one he has now is a gourd, but I don't remember what his original head looked like.
A pumpkin?
Well, a pumpkin is technically a gourd, I think. Since I am a druid, but it's been a long time.
Honeydew.
What?
Is it a honeydew?
Maybe.
So to get to the Downs, we have to go all the way across the toll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Harrigan, they have a big base in the middle of the boardwalks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a giant tree that they cut down. Their leader Agden Longscarf? He was a very bad bunny. He used to steal and do other things that violate Zabilna's rules. So he refused to repent. So she took his scarf and nailed it to a giant tree and commanded the tree to grow up high. And he was stuck in the cloud for many years. And it was only after Zabilna got deposed by the Hourglass Coven that uh, Pavlorna made a new deal with him and allowed the tree to be cut down, and she pulled out the nail, and he cannot take off his scarf from what I know, but he has deal with her and gets power, and now he steals stuff on her behalf because even though the land of the land is no stealing, she says she owns everything in the land. So since he worked for her, I guess the same law did not apply.
Yeah, of course, that's the way it works.
Yeah.
And can you tell us, we're at low tide now. Do you know when the next high tide will come in? Or do you have a way of predicting that?
Probably any time now, because it got high. All you guys were sleeping, and then it went down again. So could be any minute.
Do you remember?
How long is it before it comes up and goes back down?
I'd say anywhere from 8 to 12 hour cycle. Always hard to tell here because sun never set.
Yes, I've gotten that. I just didn't know if we had time to wait until the tide started to go back down before we left.
Well, it's down now, so maybe better hurry. But
Yes,
it
but
shouldn't matter because they got boardwalks, so we'll keep you above water.
yes, but if we get caught by the bandits, where they have skiffs they ride along, it makes them much more agile.
It's true, but water is deeper around their base anyway, so it may not matter.
So we can jump on the boardwalk here.
Shall we head out?
I guess so. I don't know anything else to do other than head down the boardwalk.
Because I gotta ask everywhere we go. Have you seen a displacer cub?
Displacer cub? I mean like displacer beast kitten?
Yeah, but I don't know if they're a kitten anymore, but named Star. They got one on their face.
It's been a very long time. I remember seeing little chillin' kitten that sounded like that long time ago at Calcifuck Desire, but it's been many years, so they might be bigger now. It's hard to say.
Okay. How many years did you...
Hold on a second, she's asking more questions.
Maybe 5, maybe 10.
Okay.
How do you tell a passing of years here?
Mostly guess.
Oh, I see.
You have to kind of feel it in your bones, see it in mirror.
I'm guessing there's no seasons here.
No, not here. No seasons. It's always like this.
Wait.
You said where I came from, I was a druid. I was all about the seasons. This place, druids are always like, oh, go to Feywild. Feywild's the best. No, I like the prime better. I like the change.
Let's see.
Over here, this big column. What was I didn't know.
Pillar
What
or-
was that?
Oh, that was the bridge. Oh, never mind.
Let's see, where's my mouse cursor? I can't even see it. Let me check the map here.
I think it's ruins.
That is what you're saying is part of the next subdomain over.
Okay.
That's the edges of Yan.
Oh?
Yeah, that's the edges of Yan.
We
Like,
got
you
it.
could get to Yon through there.
We gotta
Yon,
go to.
Hither.
So
Yon.
so it's Hither's in the middle.
Yeah.
Yan is to the west, and Thither is to the east of Hither.
Hither,
Oh.
hither,
We
and
gotta
yon.
go to thither.
Hither, thither, and yon. Yeah.
Thither, and Yan.
And we're in Hither.
All right. Well,
So let's head out to the boardwalk and
let's do it.
Boardwalk. Boardwalk.
We're gonna try to sneak. No, maybe not.
Probably if we're not singing. Probably if we're singing that song, probably not.
Going
roll
charm.
for performance.
Let's see. All right.
We're going to the what?
Well, we're
Toll
walking-
roads?
Yeah, we're on the toll roads. And I guess we're going to the tree stump.
Except we're not planning on paying any tolls, so.
And they can't eat no rolls.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me find this one here.
Anybody have any other ideas than just walking straight up this road to that great big stump?
I mean, we could swim.
Don't like that idea.
Well, you asked for other ideas. You couldn't say that.
Then let me rephrase.
And so we're on the southeast of this map. Yep.
Correct.
Sounds like a bad idea, but let's
Right.
go.
They curve around and go around the stump,
There's a whole big network.
but
There
we wouldn't really know that. So.
Right. We weren't given a map.
It's a somewhat whimsical map, to be fair.
Musical.
And to also to be here.
Right. One of the honey bandits that we
Yeah.
tortured and threatened.
I don't think that we torture.
Right.
Well, Fontaine was in charge of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just find the guy who's in here.
That's right.
That's how you get elected to student council.
He's a very scary. He's a very scary paladin.
Yeah. A foggy marsh stretches out before you. Rickety causeways made of wooden planks form a wide, web-like structure above the bog. 300 feet away, many of these causeways converge on an enormous, ivy-covered tree stump that rises a good 10 feet above the 20-foot-high fog bank that enshrouds it.
We're in fog now. What's our viewing distance?
Well,
Well, because it's so big, you're able to see the tree stump with about 300 feet away.
Oh, okay. So we're not.
But most of this area is pretty foggy. Like if you've ever been up in like the Blue Ridge Parkway, how you can see like clouds moving through. It's kind of like that with the fog around here.
All
So some directions are rather well obscured. I know those aren't. So how are you guys proceeding along the walkways? Are you just like walking openly, trying to like sneak along?
Is there any cover along the walkways, or is it just open?
There's the occasional. There's like the occasional tree now and then, but it's pretty open.
Oh,
the fog, I guess we can move through the fog when it's coming along and try to be a bit stealthy.
Okay, go ahead and give me a survival check.
I don't know if this is a good idea, so let me ask you.
Survival or stealth?
I could always cast darkness on us.
But
But
then we can't
that's,
see.
that's only located. It doesn't stay with you.
No, I can cast it on something I'm carrying.
It can't be worn or carried.
I So I can cast it on myself.
But that would be you wearing it.
Mm,
You cast it around you, but then it stays in that area. When
Yeah.
You cast it around.
Yeah.
It doesn't-
The only one who can see through it is you.
Oh yeah. Me.
Spell filter activate.
Um,
Form of
let's see if there's anyone who has
It's not
passed without a trace.
survival. Let's look at the bonus and damage on it, right? Survival.
You can cast it on an object you're holding.
Oh, I thought last time it was determined. Okay, that's cool. I'll take it.
Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within range to fill a 15-foot radius sphere for the duration.
But none of us can be able to see.
Yeah, but
If the point you choose
They'll
is an
still see.
object you are holding, or one that isn't being worn or carried, the darkness emanates from the object and moves with it.
Oh. But I think they'll see a giant inky dark cloud coming.
Okay. So
Better than they'll
double
see.
sight,
right.
so you'd be able to see through it, but no one else can.
Yeah,
Right.
we're all
But
blind.
that would just kind of make us more visible.
Okay. Okay.
What wouldn't actually make us more visible would probably be a fog cloud that we could just
Oh,
kind of just take with us.
But just like any other fog cloud.
But then how do we see?
We
Devil
can't.
sight with
We're
two.
blind inside of it.
I mean,
But devil
but
sight
fog
can
doesn't. Fog isn't that strange here, and I kind of gesture out to
But
the
this-
fog
this
that
is
is
a-
everywhere.
This is a pitch. It'll be a pitch black fog. but
No,
nothing
no,
we
that's
see through.
darkness.
That's darkness. I'm talking about fog.
Yes, but he's.
No, he can do a fog cloud.
Oh,
The
okay.
fog cloud
Yeah.
can follow us?
Theoretically,
Can,
Alright.
Can we see through?
I mean, we can see kinda, but
If you
no,
think-
not very well.
It's obscured.
Let me look up fog cloud here.
I don't know, it doesn't sound like a bad idea.
It's not actually fog cloud.
What is it?
It's never smoking bubble.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. I forgot about that.
Just take your whole cover with you everywhere you go.
Mm,
I imagine it works a lot like fog cloud,
Seems reasonable.
with the exception that it doesn't have a time limit.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Equipment.
mm.
Can you dissipate it if needed?
Nope.
Alright.
It has to dissipate on its own.
And my
I've
devil,
got it pulled up. I can read it to you.
But
you
if you-
want me to.
I was just adding it to your character sheet since it
Oh,
wasn't on there.
and my devil
Sorry.
sight, I don't think would help the fog cloud.
No,
but
it was on there. Why didn't it show up the first time?
my wand of magic missile is not on there. I know that. I need to get it.
Okay, so smoke leaks from the lead-stoppered mouth of this brass bottle, which weighs 1 pound. When you use an action to remove the stopper, a cloud of thick smoke pours out in a 60-foot radius from the bottle. The cloud's area is heavily obscured. Each minute the bottle remains open, and within the cloud, the radius increases by 10 feet until it reaches the maximum size of 120 feet.
Alright.
The cloud persists as long as the bottle is open. Closing the bottle requires you to speak its command word. Once the bottle is closed, the cloud disperses after 10 minutes. Moderate wind. You can also burst of smoke after 1 minute. A strong wind can do so for It does not. It doesn't cork the bottle.
Yeah, but then it still takes 10 minutes to
Unless-
dissipate unless there's wind.
Yeah, and it's not really windy in this one.
So that we can. I think the fog would. It would obviously obscure us. But I think that the fact that we're adding more fog to an already foggy area would not look as suspicious as a
Right.
big giant.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
the smoke is going to be more thick and gray, but it's definitely not going to stand as much. It's just like a ominous black sphere of nothingness.
Alternatively, and this is my actual vote, I think we just walk up and knock on the door.
What was I saying?
Hi.
Okay.
Can you let us through? Or go kill your boss?
We don't have to do that.
I didn't get much past the high part. That was the end of the plan.
They say hi.
Well,
Knock on the door and say hi.
we can head that way and figure and see what happens along the way.
But I will gladly unport this bad boy and use it as stealth. If
I'm just worried that it will be more of a hindrance to us.
I mean, it's going to be a hindrance to everything.
Yeah.
They can't see us. We're not going to be able to see them very well.
You
They're not going to see
know,
us.
you can use that if we gotta get away.
Yes, that's the other thing. If I use it now, I cannot use it if we need to smoke bomb ourselves out of the situation.
How often can you use it?
once a day, I believe is what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
I say we save that and the possible darkness
All right.
for.
We'll send Zalric ahead of us to check it out. How about that?
He just got voluntold.
Yeah, well, it depends on if I
Wait, where's
have advantage on my survival check.
Sultan?
He's here.
Okay.
It doesn't actually say that it can't be used beginning immediately.
Oh, all right.
Am I reading that right?
I mean, I think as long as it's uncorked, it can just keep it. Just
Right, but what if I recork it and then just open the cork again and say 20 minutes? It still bleeding? I can use this thing as much as it is, in fact, an ever smoking bottle.
Give me an Arcana check.
You got it.
If someone else wants to do Arcana as well, you
Big whammies, big whammies. I'm going to guide you. Big whammies. Let's see. 15, 16, 17, minus 1. 16.
So, from what you know of magic, you suspect that the bottle probably doesn't actually have a fire burning inside of it. For one thing, it's not really particularly hot to the touch. If it was warm, sure, it's not hot into the fire. What have you know of planar cosmology? You suspect that the inside of this may actually reside on the demi-plane of smoke, which borders between the planes of fire and air. So you suspect that the smoke that billows forth is probably just the contents of that demi-plane continuously just seeping into this plane.
That opens up a weird possibility.
Yeah.
That's your suspicion anyway. You're not an archmage, so you're not entirely sure.
Fair enough. I mean, I imagine I've used this before at some point. I would almost suggest that I got this either from or during my travels with the Stalwart 7. So.
It seems a reasonable thing.
Let's head down the path.
Yes.
Let's go.
And we'll
Were you traveling smoky like or not?
No smoke.
No smoke.
Out in the open. All right.
we'll save it till a later time.
We will ring the doorbell and sing the first number from Book of Mormon.
All right.
Not there yet.
So you guys have been walking along for several minutes. Get it slowly but surely getting closer to the stump at the center of this. It is somewhat tricky because of the fact that these things all wind about and whatnot. And at a certain point, Wexley gets the feeling that he gets the odd sensation, the odd feeling that somewhere along the way, somebody else has joined your group. And if you kind of look around, you're taking stock, and it's like, yeah, there's Ulrich and Baltan, Nito, Pickle,
I'm in the back.
yourself,
I normally travel in the back. So.
and you look, and there's somebody walking alongside you, about similar height to you. It's like a bigger walking alongside you.
Just stop and turn after drawing attention.
And Baltan kind of turns around and looks like, what's up? Who's that? He says, hey, guys, I think we picked up another traveler.
What?
Do we all see them?
And you guys turn around, and there's another person wearing like just kind of a nondescript gray cloak, who looks like they've just been walking alongside of Wexley, and they walk forward a little bit further. It's really looking off the rest of you guys stop. Kind of look to one side over there. And you give
What
me
else is around?
Give me perception checks.
Everybody?
18.
Also 18.
Hallelujah.
5.
9.
9.
We're closer to the ground. It's easier for us to see.
So maybe it's because of the fact that you guys are close to the ground and easier to see. But this person is about the same height as Wexley, and as you're looking, trying to look in their hood, you see whiskers, and they kind of sneer like, and suddenly, with a big flourish, they reach across themselves, grab the shoulder of their cloak, and whisk it off, and you see bunnies.
A bunny with a scarf.
I'm guessing.
That is what spoiler. It's Akin.
Where's the art? There's the art. Open art. Open image, a new tab.
There's also this right here.
There's that one.
Punch him in the face.
Yes, you see.
Yep.
Yes. Aha. Yes, exactly so. So, you see a bunny wearing a long gray blue scarf that billows out from the shoulders. And he says, "Ah, a pleasure to meet you. And of course, the pleasure is all yours. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Agden Longscarf, and you all are my prey."
No,
No,
that's not what we go by.
no.
Oh, what do you go by?
None of your business. That's what.
Still kind of working on that. It's
Yeah, you
we're
might.
brainstorming,
Yeah,
but it's not going to be
The prey.
my prey.
Do you have any other suggestions?
Well,
Suggestions.
given your current circumstances, you might also consider
Burning hands.
in my sights. All right, roll initiative.
I'm like, well, no.
16.
Well,
Also 16.
What's your dex?
My
Your
dex,
modifier.
+2.
Mine too. Rollies!
my number has a 6 in it as well.
Roll a d20
It
and
just doesn't have any other
Think it's
numbers in
higher.
it either.
What'd you roll?
Nat 20.
I rolled a 2, so you go first.
And functionally, I'll do my nat 20 right now, but you know.
So we both got
You
16,
look-
but John
Yeah.
rolled 20.
All you get ever again.
So you got a what?
16. 9.
Okay. 16.
I rolled a 2.
You got it.
Well, I mean, I rolled a 16. Or my total was 16, but we both had the same dex, so we did roll this.
I literally rolled a 2 for also a 6. Like I said, my number had a 6 in it as well, just no other number.
Yeah, we did rollies.
Where are my blank ones?
You don't need other.
I was trying to
don't
catch
need
the
any
villain
more
monologuing. Is what I was planning to do.
So we get surprised.
And here
That's
I
what
thought,
I was hoping.
and
We'll
here
see
I
if
thought
that
you were
works.
trying to make nice.
we did pretty good for initiative.
Okay, let's see. What did Benito get?
13.
And
You got a 16 as well?
A 6.
No, 6. Okay.
6 minus the team.
So Wetland's at the bottom. Well, what if
Yeah, got a 17.
Because the floor is over it. Okay.
Was being diplomatic. Gave him exactly two chances to say to be reasonable.
Here you go, jumping the gun again. Hopping the gun.
I mean, he's here to trick.
I like it.
Wait, why is Wexley all the way up there? He got a
I haven't,
6.
I haven't arranged it.
Oh.
This whole group.
those Vulcans?
Every time I'm starting to talk to somebody, kill him.
I
Mm,
didn't say kill him.
Burning hands.
Just said burning hand. He might be a little more receptive to talking. You know, it's a little more.
I feel like Benita's
The
like
right red.
that John Travolta meme where he's like,
How do we get here?
I was talking.
He said to knock on their door.
Yeah, was this
Right
like
on
to
his
go up and
face.
knock on the door and say hi?
I did. He beat us to
in Sylvia's Feywild, door knocks on you.
Damn stinks.
Blue crafts and crude.
Yeah, get me all the way down there.
Wait a second, he didn't have any friends with him.
That we knew of.
All right. So, Big Buns managed to win the initiative. He senses the twitchiness in you, and I think we should put you guys on the map here. A second to arrange things.
He would technically kind of be in between all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was my first question. just
Ultimate.
just push him off the ramp.
But he can't swim.
We don't know. But we know there's something in the water.
All right, let's get you guys on the map here. Let's see. Step 7. Okay, that's good. That bagged it. Now, all right, I'm going to see that Zalric was in the front because he's your scout. Walton is in the near the back. He's make sure you guys don't get beat up. Wexley was back there. He kept walking.
Can't see.
I know, so
Okay.
pickle associated. And then, let's see, Nito, squishy.
Just squishy little duh in the middle.
Let's zoom that a little bit. It's really good thing. The squares are huge.
Do we have a ruler?
Yeah,
I-
and walkers are about 5 feet.
Okay.
Sufficient for 2 buns to walk side by side, perhaps. For a couple of buns. Single file. So, this is where you find yourselves. Agden Longscarf is in your midst, standing at the crossroad between a couple different walkways, and from in the distance, you can hear the sound of banjos twanging
Oh boy.
as
I
from either from to the east as well as from the northwest, emerging from the clouds of fog that they were enshrouded in. You see 2 skips approaching, each of which has 4 herring on it. So Aggie Longscarf is going to go first since he saw your tip.
Saw my tip.
he's a tail.
Tell works too. Actually, no, you know what? We'll let the burning continue first. I think that's
But he did say it before initiative.
keep in mind, it's a 15-foot fire is the thing.
I mean, it's no splash. It's like that.
Because he was right next to him. He pointed in the different direction.
No, I'd let him get further. But I've already called it, so
So
I'm first.
Well, can you run up next to him and shoot it across to the side?
I thought he was still right next to you.
I wasn't going to want to do this because as far as I was considering, it was just my initial spell and then move through initiative originally. It's like I wasn't trying to get a turn before everybody. I was just trying to get a spell off where he got a chance to react.
So typically when someone prepares for still is my normal roll initiative. You can if you want, I'll this spell to go on before act initiative for center initiative, but he was while you guys were talking, he did walk to the center of your group. So,
I'm not asking to move or do bonus actions or anything.
yeah, you can do like one action in the surprise round since you're the one who initiated.
All right, and I've already declared it's burning hands. So. Yeah.
Do it between Salt and Slate, maybe.
So, I don't know if all 10 would necessarily make that any better.
Roasted
balls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
roasted nuts. Tucks down
How
between his
far-
legs.
Yeah,
How
it's
far
down.
away is this?
It's a 15-foot column.
Okay,
So it would reach.
reach me.
It would not reach you.
It's a lock with the height, since that's the 5th edition.
It would reach maybe you.
No, it just.
So a 15-foot
Oh,
yeah.
Snap-a-doodle.
15-foot cone would hit Volcan and Agnew.
Okay.
Oh no.
So
would could have a chance to dodge?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
it is a great safe.
Oh yes.
Oh, you
He's
get to
really high
have a
tech.
chance to
Half damage.
half damage, yeah. Well, the fun thing is that nice flammable objects in the area, you know, like
Bridge.
the boardwalk for
Yeah.
all the chaos.
Well, fire.
I mean, I'm not.
You could have, the other thing you could do is also try and aim it off to the side and catch the other boardwalk on fire to kind of constrain the direction which you can run.
I would go the other way if I was going to do that. On that side, I'd have less of a chance of hitting.
You can do it like that. Set the
wouldn't hit
set the
anybody,
boardwalk on fire so that you only got 1 minute you can run. You could do something like that.
Yeah, with the expectation of not hitting my friends.
Would he be able to
Maybe
cut
you
across
could
the
be in
edge?
league with-
Would he be able to cut across the edge and still catch him and the boardwalk without hitting all of him? Since he's so close?
Yep.
All of him being so close, whatever.
I'm scared past him.
So if you were like up here and fired it off. So I'll give you can do it like that. I'll give
Could he turn
Benito advantage on his saving throw to try and avoid it.
But he's only taking half damage. He still takes damage.
Okay, you can try and angle it down into the boardwalk as opposed to your 15 feet to avoid your eyes. I'll let you do that. So instead of firing it straight out parallel to the ground, you kind of angle it down towards the feet. So you could do also do that if you wanted to.
Okay, let's go that way then.
All right, so you try and give Agden the hot foot, and Voltan is like, whoa, hot foot. So he is going to make a reflex saving throw. What is the DC of your spell?
14.
14. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
Ten.
10. All right. So you managed to singe him. He appears to be extraordinarily nimble, and seems to dodge the worst of it.
Poop.
So it does hurt him a little bit, but not too badly. He says, "Oh, we've got a hot one in the house tonight, don't we?" And in the distance, you can hear the Haringons who are approaching, playing on their banjos as they are. They're singing the same song that you recall hearing earlier when you first arrived and first came up. So it seems like they're definitely his cheerleaders.
Do I have any recollection of the lyrics?
Well, you don't need to because you can hear it. With sticks and stones we'll break your nose, we'll beat you blind and steal your clothes, but none among us can compare to one wily, swift, and stand a pair. Scarf that's glorious, speech notorious, his deeds are truly meritorious. With a wink and a grin, he'll show his cunning. Flashing a scarf, he'll take off running. Quick as a bolt, his long scarf trailing, gasping, grasping, you'll end up flailing. You'll pout, you'll moan, you'll huff, and you'll sneer. Thanks to Agin Longscarf, brigand prince of Prismeer.
Aim!
Toe tapper extraordinaire.
Yeah. And Agin is he's stamping his feet and putting out the laser goes.
I'm picturing it because you said band to the tune of like Phony King of England from Robin Hood.
So you notice in one of his hands he's got like a little shield that he's carrying, and then the other hand he has looks like a that's glowing red hot on the tip, and you can make out those of you who are close enough and standing in front of him, which would be Voltan and Wexley, that the end of it looks like 3 bunny rabbits hopping and along each edge of it, and like the nose of one is near the tail of the other on each three sides.
Yeah, he breaks them.
All right, so for his attack, he looks at the tall fellow standing in front of us and says, "My, well, that was rather impressive dodging that fiery attack, but I don't want you to feel left out. Here, have some of mine." He thrusts at Walton's crotch
Oh
with his brand iron,
Oh,
which is a 23 to hit.
oh,
no!
His armor class is a 16.
Also, if I ever get
nope,
No.
nope.
3d6 fire damage.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Was he?
Jesus Christ, I hope it doesn't do that every round.
That is 11 points of roasted nuts.
What are you taking like double digits first go around every time?
Yeah, last
Let me get hit.
So I think it's sorry, not
What are they showing?
22. That's
It's supposed to be 10 more than mine.
Yeah.
Wait, and mine should be at 35. But everybody else is at.
25, which I think is
better.
Let me correct this here. So Voltan's real maximum. Voltan, where is
Yeah, we figured that out last time both of us were in there.
total property? So his max is 32. All right, what is
That's going to be a big old 20 more.
Yours is perfect.
I think it was just us two.
Big old, I mean, not that big at all.
Tickle is 35.
Yeah. May not have the best AC, but I got hit points.
We do you. Walton. Magneto.
24.
Lord. 25. All right. So, Walton gets hit in the groinal region with burning iron. He goes, "Oh!" He says, "Oh, do you better?" He says, "Where the hell did he go?" He says, "Where the hell did he start that?" And the rest you can see him. He's standing like right there next to him. Walt kind of looking around with him.
He's right in front of you.
He doesn't see him.
That's not good. You can
What-
see
what
us, big buddy, right?
I guess
Yeah.
that's what I call
The
blinding
one,
pain.
the one who is next to him, the other one who is next to him, he also attacks with his brand attacker.
There's nobody next to him.
Sure it is.
We don't. See.
Benito.
Yep. So he gets 2 attacks.
Oh, I thought you said there was another
That's
body next
that's
to
a
him.
14. That's a 14 to hit.
Yep.
Oh,
No. Oh, that's right.
You're wrong. I'm sure your armor class is 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he,
Tell me you have a higher AC than me.
Got the open sheet.
Oh,
so he thrusts it and you going for the same shoulder height to him location, but you twist out of the way. And it burns your robe, but thankfully it contacts the chainmail, which disperses the heat. And he says, "Ha! I see how it is. Armor than me. Better." And he is going to. Let's see.
what is it with you and people's crotches?
He says, "Oh, come on. When you're our height, what better target?"
Ankles are pretty nice. Yep.
He is going to use a bonus action to disengage.
Oh,
Closer to the ankles
He
than
uses a
me,
bonus
so.
action to disengage, and he is going to move along the walkway that's not only 5, 10, 15, 15, 35. He moves down here.
Was there an opportunity?
No,
No.
because he is disengaged to move.
they got 2 attacks.
Rogueness.
You got 2 actions plus a bonus.
Rude.
Rogie.
Give me a perception check. Yeah.
There's a flat 7, I think. Yeah, 7.
7. He says, "Ooh, isn't this nice? It's a little big on me, but I guess it's factory sized." And you suddenly notice that your signet ring is on his finger.
Oh,
He stole your signet ring.
Come back here, you thief! Come back here, you little thief!
All right, that is the end of his turn. At this point, the sniff to the east draws closer. And there are several herringbone on it. And 2 buns up onto the waffle. Run up behind Wexley. There's this guy has to stay piloting the ship, and this guy here is actually one playing banjo, as the others are attacking. This guy is going to take aim on. He's going to take aim on Benito, I think. He's going to take a shot. Yeah. He's going to shoot at Benito. That is an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that is.
All right. So he fires his crossbow in your general direction and hits you for 7 points of piercing damage. One that runs the quick lane. says, you're fighting the wrong side. You should be with us, Whitey. And he swings for your kneecaps. That is a 24 hit.
Living flare.
All right. Disadvantage? All right. No, wait, the second one is an 11, which I believe is going to miss.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, he swings at you again and is unable to hit. The one behind him pulls out a sling, drops a stone, lets up and throws it as the guy ducks, and a sling bullet goes hurtling towards the back of Tan's head, which is a. Let's get it here. That is a 21 to hit. This is AC. And 16. So yeah, he gets skunked in the back of the head by a sling bullet, which doesn't feel great for them. In total. Actually, he's got a good skull. So he takes 5 points of spellcraft damage. No, we're 16 points so far.
Yeah.
He's in.
Why?
Okay. So that's that. Sniper's going to there. The other guy is Banjo. Golden's line. So, that actually brings us to Voltan, who is kind of not happy about this turn of events.
Taking a crap ton of damage.
And he has what's he got? Show me what you got for trip. He has to go with he can't see Agden, which is annoying. He does have javelins, however. So, with his offhand, he grabs one of his javelins and he says, "Wexley, duck!" And he just hurls his javelin right at the guy. Right at the guy who is trying to whack your kneecaps. That is a 22, which definitely hits. 6 points of piercing damage to that fool. And he perforates this bunny's side with one, and the rabbit is very unhappy and starts caterwauling. Oh, I'm really high! Wow! What a jerk! I don't think he has multi-attack. No, he does not. He is going to make room for Wexley to get out of trouble. So he's going to move back up to the intersection and step off to the side to give Wexley some more breathing room. And that will be his turn. Laura, you're up.
So, he can use his bonus action and put Slayer's Prey on Agden,
Okay.
and then he's going to this. Very good. Now I also have Torpor arrows.
We look there's a sleepy.
At least it's ingested. I don't know about the arrows. I tried to look it up in Google Beyond and it kept failing.
Oh, yeah, it's an ingested focus, so that won't really work on an arrow. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I hit him, it goes into the blood, right?
Yeah, but if it says ingested, then I think it has to be taken away.
Shoot him right now.
I mean, if you
That's one way to get it there.
Yeah.
You have to get him to turn
Okay.
around.
if you exceed your the armor class by enough points, I'll allow. So go ahead and make your attack.
19.
A 19 just barely hits, so not good enough to
Okay.
not enough to death. You can go ahead and roll damage.
So does an arrow actually call that?
That's what it said in my thing.
So he has an arrow called.
Yeah.
Oh,
In my item list, we got it from.
oh! I'm sorry. I thought you had turf or poison. We're adding it to your arrow.
No, I said 4 for arrows in my inventory.
Oh, okay. Well, that's yeah. Then that would work. Okay, I misunderstood.
I'm trying to remember where I got it from. If I look in my inventory, I have
Yeah.
I think one picture.
My turn goes on.
Okay.
Arrows, torpor, 10.
One month.
Okay.
Big
And
deck.
then
He's
like
got
custom item.
big
And I have
big
apple,
decks anyway.
apple
Big
bombs. And I'm guessing
I
I got it
it
from.
had to have been stuff that you got from melons. And,
Yeah.
So I've got 2 items.
Yeah. What's the same DC on the poison?
One is fun and one is
15. All right.
And I think it's a constitution.
Wisdom.
Okay.
Really
So you
effective
roll
at
the
what we're
damage.
doing.
Alright, so I rolled 8 damage for the bow.
Probably.
Slayer.
Okay.
And that's actually a 6. So 14.
14.
Yeah. It's
All right. He's going to use
You change the
dodge
and
to
I'll
half
figure it
damage.
So 7.
wisdom. Something I can do. Thinking about. But
He becomes poisoned for 46 hours.
Alright. So
He's poisoned.
It was poisoned with an arrow, I'm not sure. Versus ingest.
Okay. So he is now poisoned. That will give him a disadvantage on pretty much everything, I think. And you see the hop kind of
Poisoned.
goes
now.
out of his. See the hop kind of goes out of his step for a moment, and he says, "Oh, this, oh no, I don't like this," and he just kind of slumps over onto the boardwalk.
He's what? Is he moving or not moving?
He's down on the ground at the moment. Um, it looks like he's incapacitated at the moment. He's not conscious, but he's down for count.
Oh.
We're talking about.
Yes.
Agnes.
Yeah.
He took shot him for 7 points of damage and incapacitated him.
What's the topper poison?
Torpor.
Torpor
Let
poison.
me see what incapacitated does.
It's pretty nasty.
But he can save per round, right? He doesn't just save it.
He's dead.
yeah, he's
Because if he's prone, that means advantage on melee attacks.
Mm.
Yeah, you get a disadvantage on.
Which is a spells.
safe. I just had it up.
Some topper poison?
No, the condition.
Oh,
They can't move, speak, or take any action that requires physical or mental effort.
Oh.
He's down.
Oh yeah, he's
Left.
yeah. Does he have a saving per round?
Um,
Or there's a
I
time.
think so. He can make a step in each of his turns. So yeah, he's down at the moment. So that was your bonus action and your action. Are you moving? Or?
Yeah. It automatically fails any strength or dexterity saving throws that have advantage, but it also drops whatever it's holding.
Okay. So it drops the branding iron, which looks like the red hot end of it goes dark the second he drops it.
So he has disadvantage on what?
Dexterity and
Strength saving throws.
no, automatically fail.
Yes, automatically
Automatically
fails
fail.
strength and dexterity saving throws.
Yeah.
Okay. And other creatures have advantage on life.
How did he get poisoned? I'm sorry, I was
shot
talking.
more per. Yeah, then.
We have advantage on what?
All attack rolls.
All of them.
Well, melee attack rolls.
Right.
Not ranged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Melee.
Right.
Attack rolls against the creature had advantage. And again, I guess it on the opponent.
I mean, it says attack rolls. It
What
didn't
does
say
it?
what kind.
Yeah.
Oh, so that means like if you're doing a range, then they'll flat.
Yeah.
No advantage or disadvantage.
Right.
All right. So is that it for Zorik then?
He's gonna move forward to the intersection of the boardwalk.
Right there.
Yeah, well,
That's Benito. That's Benito. No, we don't.
Years. Light hair.
All else of this.
Coming from someone whose nickname is Elf. That's so bizarre.
Yeah. Okay. Pick L.
Can, with my boots, my bouncy boots, can I get up to, what's his name? And I can jump.
Take a look at those fancy boots. I'm pretty sure you can.
Because I remember I can jump 3 times for jumping, and my move is 30.
So this water, is there something there? Or like, no, that was something. Oh, that's something. Well, I think it's.
See.
I think it's
Let's
thrown into the water in its current state.
find out. 5e jump distance.
if you throw every round.
Jumping distance in 5 depends on the type of jump, the strength score, and the running start of the character. The long jump covers a horizontal distance equal to the strength score with a 10-foot running start. High jump covers the vertical distance equal to the strength modifier.
So my strength score.
So, let's look at this thing that he didn't want to jump for.
I don't
So,
I don't have to. I didn't catch you last time.
yeah. So,
I can jump 3 times the normal distance.
so I'm going to say without even trying, you can probably jump 30 feet. So,
And then I can still move.
the jumping jump is your use
Right in front of him.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that puts you literally right in front of this.
So, yeah, it's only 20 feet. That's
She's going back.
yeah, it's only 50 centimeters. It's easy, please. But you can probably do that.
Probably get over top of it.
Yeah, you can
Show him what real hopping looks like.
You,
Yeah, I'm gonna kind
come
of.
down on him with the attack at the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce to the other side of him. That way, when Rudy catches up with flanking, I am waging.
See, he made her mad.
I am waging, which means I get to roll my d8. 4.
See.
Yeah, we see.
Features. Magic word illustration. Well, match confuses one weapon of your choice that you're holding until your rage ends. The weapon's damage type changes to force, and it gains the light and throw properties with a normal range of 20 feet and a long range of 60 feet. If the weapon leaves your hand, the weapon reappears in your hand at the end of the current turn.
So you could throw it with force and yeah, sure. You're right next to him.
Force lightsaber.
It's like that fucking blade from Crawl.
That's exactly what. Hold on.
So, force damage and what?
Yeah.
It's also used to make blade as a returning throw weapon.
Blade roll.
Not a the blade.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna attempt to whack her with my warhammer, which now does force damage apparently.
Yes.
And I get advantages because he's prone. And also poisoned. Well, I'm glad because that was 9. And that is a 16 plus 6 is 22.
Okay.
Yes.
That definitely hits.
So, 8 plus 4.
Roll points of damage.
I rolled 15.
And since you're raging, that's just an advantage on the attack.
Well, the rage is a bonus, isn't it?
Yes.
So I did my bonus action, I moved, and I hit, so I'm done.
Yes. Alright. So you cracked one. The occupants of the other skiff get over to the causeway. Over here. Turn. This tree. Oh, no.
They all drown.
I like it.
I don't know what clicking buttons mean.
In this case, what's the question?
It's gonna matter. I don't think I'm going to get a chance to tell him.
15,
Oh.
20.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
30.
that I need to worry about
We
him.
may
I
have
need
to
to worry
print out
about
that
the rest of y'all at this
What?
We may have to print out that table.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to wait until I
You're gonna get go. When you get next to him. Straight.
Yeah.
A personal call.
Hey, they're fighting dirty. Ivan's down. Get him!
You think so?
If he has a caster, this will also.
Okay.
But that's gonna blind everyone else.
He's going to move his first. So, darkness.
Okay.
Oh, you can shoot out of
That'll be his turn. And Nick, if he gets
So
next,
these guys are all shooting at Pickle because she's the one presently murdering their boss.
Yeah, they're all shooting at me.
You'll be.
Well, this guy actually he's threatened by Benito. Does Benito have his?
Do you have the weapon out during the battle? Have you got the weapon?
yeah, that ain't been his turn yet.
Unless you
Yeah, and I did kind of surprise this whole thing. So
Yeah, so you wouldn't actually be threatening him, so he can make that. Can make range attack. So they're going to all shoot at Pickle because she's in the process of murdering their favorite hero.
I mean, as threatening as a punch is.
It's 12 to hit,
Miss,
13 to hit.
miss.
That's- That one is a 7.
Miss.
Well, they're all shooting at you, but apparently they're trying real hard not to hit the boss. I'm like, she's like, she's too short and nimble. Gotta get closer.
Do they not see my cloud?
Should have been your friend. You're killing the
What?
Benito, it is your turn now.
Alright, so let's take a look at this again. Real quick. 15-foot radius. Alright. So he's going to cast darkness on himself.
All right. That's a 15 range, right?
Yeah. 30 feet. So I'm trying to
Years.
let's yeah, they won't get an attack of opportunity on him if he moves past him, will they?
They can't see him.
So
They
if you're in darkness.
probably they could, I guess.
You could try.
But
You
it's
could certainly
just try.
yeah, he's gonna move which way did he go? That way. So these
Probably. I'm just going to stand in the middle and just wipe that whole side.
Alright, so he's gonna move northwest on the thing and to make sure that nobody else other than Aragons are encased in this darkness.
Okay, so we have to move the squares. But you can see them, they can't see you.
Right. So we can go attack something in the
Well,
Or I think anything in the darkness.
Yeah, so give me an acrobatics check to move through there. That squares.
12 plus 3 is 15.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So you're able to make your way through them. They do see the darkness come up, and you're not super quiet. So like, I think someone's trying to get through here. And they're going to just swing. Actually, they don't have melee weapons. They're range weapons, so they won't take attack weapons anyway. So
They still have the bonus action. So,
We've got movement.
yeah,
well,
but you need to keep them in darkness.
yeah, one of those.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with his bonus action,
By the way, the fire is spreading along a bit, so
over here,
it's
yeah, it's over there.
it's expanding about 5 feet a turn. So
if you went the wrong way, anyway, too late now. So with his bonus action, he'll go ahead and sure, let's go ahead and do a hex on Agon.
you can if you want. He's down. You can't do it. Protecting his constitution, so he can't make anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Fair enough. He was hex.
It's gone. Constitution. So
So, doing he is pretty.
He is fairly well done.
Constitution save. Yeah.
All right. So that was you moved. You did a bonus action. You did the action. I think you're done.
Yeah, another thing you can do.
All right, Wexley, what are you up to?
Well, these fools.
The flames have spread, and the intersection is on fire now.
See?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. These fools done run up to me after seeing me cast Burning Hands and just kind of laid themselves out real good in front of me.
Sure did.
And that's just, it feels like it's just right, you know? Like, just, it really feels like that's the thing that I should be doing. I had other plans, but I think that's the thing that just really should be doing.
Let's see here.
Setting more of the boardwalk on fire.
Oh no, I'm gonna set the whole damn thing on fire. I'm gonna burn this place to the ground and laugh while I stand here.
It's getting water shut down up in here.
These guys, all the fun. Oh,
This seems fun. I like to do things that are fun. What happens if I... Oh, those ones.
One of these bunnies is down.
I don't know how many hit points.
The other option
I know that one.
that I considered was flaming sphere.
Spheres. Sign up, so.
We need a clear house.
But I mean, you got the code.
I do got a cone, but flaming sphere would literally keep them from coming any closer, and it would still catch things on fire.
The flaming sphere. Sphere.
It's
Wherever they are, money, they can jump.
problematic because of
Well, if you do it here, so this is a sphere, can you not hit
I
the
would-
boat and then
I would much more do it. It's where I'm standing, and it affects all the spheres around it. So
Yeah,
that would
I know.
be, that'd be a problem. So, not my favorite there. So how about burning hands? I don't have fireball yet.
All right. You unleash burning hell from your fuzzy paws once more.
Hey guys. Whew.
Like,
Yeah.
all right, that's a dexterity DC what? Yeah.
14.
Ooh, the first guy got a 6.
Woo.
Yes.
The second guy got a 5.
Oh, nice.
3d6.
The first guy only had 3 hit points left, so he's done.
But we want to see how many points.
4,
Oh, yeah.
7, 9.
Nine.
So the first bunny is reduced to ashes completely. He's just incinerated. The second bunny is down and on fire, and make that sound that funny to me.
Wait. So he's still conscious? So they're both down? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right?
Well, you killed two. The second bunny is dead as well, or just incapacitated?
It was currently at 0 hit points. He's
Okay.
not on the moon.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm just saying, there is still a body left.
Okay.
By
Yeah.
the second one. The first one is just completely destroyed. The second one is, they're dead,
Okay.
but there is still a body.
All right. And bonus action.
Oh, section.
Shield of Faith. Oh. I think it's fine.
You can't do it without needing.
That's like yes.
He needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Faith, Voltan, and then movement. I will move to this square in front of the bunnies over here. That's going to put me in the darkness, but I'm not.
The darkness. Let's see.
It might not be a bad idea to be inside of the darkness. So when they start shooting, here and there.
Well, actually,
That would put me right outside of it. I want to be in the square right outside.
so you'll be just outside the darkness.
So,
But if they come out,
yeah.
it's going to be a problem.
All right. So the intersection is
There's going to be a mad bunny there.
intersection is on fire. Right behind your fluffy tail. Right behind your large fluffy dreadlocks.
And
We
moving away from there.
Agden is going to make a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
All right.
Yeah, he's still super dead.
Like I said,
He gurgles.
Help me.
We've learned not to do that.
The people on skip number 2
Which was
This is
down here.
Yeah.
It's like the sniper is like, Agnes down! They're gonna kill him! Everybody, shoot at that guy!
Hey! We didn't do nothing.
You're killing our boss! Your kids or something. And the sniper
Oh,
shoots at you.
How far away are they? Is that within range?
That's well within range. For bonus. Yeah, easy.
Or-
Easy. So, fires at you. Does a 15 hit?
Just hit.
Good.
Sorry.
You hadn't taken any damage.
No,
to be
I
fair.
haven't. And he needs it more than I do, because even though he's got higher AC, he apparently gets.
It is 11 points of damage, but you're raging, so it's halved.
Oh, nice.
So what?
It's halved.
About 31. That's how many I took last time.
Nice thing about the program is raising it. Yeah.
And the brigand drops his banjo, takes out his sling, winds up for the pitch, and you hear a stone ricochet off the uprights below the boardwalk and splash into the drink below you.
Big fail. They're
The other two bunnies.
Well,
The other two bunnies from that skiff are no more. They have ceased to be. The other one continues burning in death. You smell the smell of burning fire and quick buddy. Voltan is still looking around, not entirely sure.
he just saw me lay the smack.
He saw you cracking something, but he's looking and says, "What are you doing?"
Hitting the yucks right in front of me.
So he looks and he sees that the iron that he got branded on the nickel is laying there. And so he comes walking up and it's just like, "We here?"
Right here.
He picks up and it's just like, "All
On
right."
the ground.
So he
Straight roll, right?
it's a straight roll because he's prone, but which casts it up at disadvantage from being in this. That is a 3 plus 5 for an 8, which doesn't come anywhere close to it. He swings down and he cleaves into the boardwalk
Uh-oh.
and splinters the beams on one side of the boardwalk, and it takes to one side, and you see Agnew beginning to slide towards the water, and his branding iron flips off the edge and goes.
In immortal words, you missed. How could you miss? He was 3 feet in front of you.
I don't know. I cannot see him.
Okay.
It's an illusion.
I was wondering if when the iron went out, if it canceled that out. But
Even in the water, it doesn't cancel it out.
Does not seem to.
You lost the iron.
yeah, I was. Yeah, that would be an interesting. But
Damn it, Easter.
we would be able to activate. I don't know how much.
Who knows?
Yeah, but
Alright. So,
I mean, if he drops in the drink, he possibly gets eaten by whatever's in there.
yeah, so he cracked it on one side, and the branding iron flips off into the drink. Acted is sliding off into it, and he ends up falling off the edge into the drink. You can see him floating in the water below him.
Is his scarf still on the?
His scarf is kind of snagged on the now splintered wood. Yes, so his scarf is kind of up here and trailing down into the water around him, kind of keeping it from drifting too far.
And he's floating,
He is swimming.
not sinking. Okay.
Zalric, it is your turn.
well, I mean, the boardwalk's not that far below us. It's floating on the water, or the water's not that far below the boardwalk.
Yeah, 15 feet down.
Oh, so
His scarf is 15 feet long.
I couldn't get him with. Oh, I thought the water was just below the boardwalk. We were walking above.
No, it's just far enough that these skiffs are able to
Slow down.
Yeah. All right. Well, then my melee attack won't work.
So
on him.
you're it's getting quite toasty where you're standing if you'd like to reposition.
No, but a melee attack won't reach him at that point.
Not unless you have a reach weapon, or unless you decide to try and surf him.
No, but I'm gonna move to where he was at.
You can start.
You can move it, but you can't really stand that spot because it's collapsing.
Or okay, then I'm gonna move just beside that. To Benito. Yeah.
He moved up here. So you can move up behind Vault or this right here is broken.
All right.
This is on fire. That's on fire.
Right. And we're gonna. Well, can I move across? I mean, it's breaking, but it's not broken. Can I move next to Pickle on the other side?
Give me an acrobatics check to run along the side that did not get shattered. None of this stuff is real super strong here. Like the Haragon are light enough that they don't fall through the floorboards, but for you guys, it's no treacherous. Elf. Okay, yeah, you are able to run across over here next to Pickle.
So then,
Or you can get past Pickle over here if you prefer.
I'm good there.
You good there? Or do you want to go here? Which one you're saying?
Actually, that would go on the other side of Pickle because I don't have like a. Is he pretty bloody already?
Yeah, he's pretty bloody.
Just for fun, because I want to make sure I'm also going to put Hunter's Mark on my bonus action and just
Alright.
loose my bow at him.
Alright, go ahead and make your attack.
Straight roll.
Very well.
What is school here? What do we do with it? How did they?
I mean, being in the water is kind of fun.
Okay.
Is it dark? What keeps you from drowning?
I don't think it's the right thing.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm shooting at a fish.
he's on the surface. So, yes, you can do it as a straight rope. Yeah. But yet, yes.
So how does he not see?
Does his scarf is caught?
Okay. No, it's not calls at the start. If we
But you would have to see,
The scarf might be helping, right?
he's kind of laying out on the water. He's not standing on the water.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, Jesus. He's kind of bottomed out.
Does that make you bejesus?
All right. Well, I use my bonus action.
You use your bonus, your move, and your attack.
Can I read this card?
You've got to throw the weapon that can return as well. But yes, you can reach the scarf because it's snagged on the broken wood right at your feet.
I want to haul this fish in.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, give me an athletics check.
Ooh, natural 19 for 25.
Oh yeah, it's easy. You're just like, and you hoist him up, and he's just kind of laying there like.
Well, since that schmuck can't see him, might as well put him between us.
Okay, so she's going to lower him back up a little bit, and you just sort of thunk him onto the door wall.
That all I can do.
That was your action.
bonus action and
You don't want to move.
Or actually, you could have just moved it like that. Yes, makes more sense. Yeah.
Would we still be flanking that way? Because she was wanting to put us into flanking.
It doesn't matter. He's prone and
Oh,
he doesn't
nice.
have melee weapons.
Right.
I wasn't
Yeah,
even
true.
thinking about that. Well, unfortunately, if I don't attack or get attacked, I will lose my ring.
let's get one. Let's see if guys over here. One.
You were.
That's true, I was.
Yeah, you were attempting.
Okay. So,
Uh,
what is that?
He's got another saving throw coming up.
Mm-hmm.
after Wexley.
I don't think anything else I can do.
Get him close.
But
Yeah, I need
at
to
least
take him
our
out.
target
Yeah.
is still here.
This for sure. All right. That brings us to the guys from skip number 1. Let's put that.
Hey, I saved him from drowning. No, you did not, bro.
Wait. Um, so these guys have line of sight. That's it.
And the other two can't see through it.
Those two can't see
They've
through
got
it.
line of sight for these two.
They can't see through it.
Yeah, they can see him.
Yeah. So the
Yes.
ones who are trapped in the darkness probably appear they're probably going to want to try and get out of there. So
Yeah.
the one in the front is going to try and see if he can push his way past Wexley. So that's going to be acrobatics, I believe, to
Yeah.
push his way past.
Are we testing or
Let me check here.
do a search of opportunity? I don't know.
So yes, let's do a contested athletics check here. That is a nat 20 for a 23.
Well, that's 16, which is pretty good for me, but not gonna beat that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that bun manages to push his way past and then finds himself in the fire.
Now he's a hot cross bun.
So he says, I hate everything. He pushes his way into fire and then tries moving away. Do you have a melee weapon equipped? Or not?
I mean, I
Yes.
would be able to get one now. No problem.
Did you already have one out?
I hadn't drawn one. I've been casting spells, so
Okay, so no attack of opportunity.
You can smack him.
An armed attack.
I would most certainly take a arm
Take a swing?
attack if I could.
Unless you're in love stuff, really.
Fair
Okay, so he runs up and falls in, and
Hey, well, hello.
4 points of fire damage from the burning walkway. He is going to try and shank him.
Who's being shanked?
I'll try and shank Waltan.
Shawshank him.
That's a 5. No.
Yay!
That's probably not gonna hit him.
Yeah, he just yells and like lunges at him, and you hear a scraping sound as Staggers glances off Voltan's tassets. Just kind of looks down. So, really? The other bun is going to try and
Also, that's
yeah.
because it doesn't know there's fire on the other side of me either. Or
He
down there.
kind of heard the yelling, so he might have an inkling.
All you heard was, I hate everything.
Maybe he's trying to run the other way. No.
Which is
No, I think he tried to keep going the way he was going. So contested acrobatics again.
Wait a second, this guy?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Push him to get an attack of opportunity at advantage.
Do you have a weapon out?
I would assume when let's hold out a weapon at
You
some
have
point.
a-
Okay. Okay, after Bruce Lee, pull his weapon out.
Alright. So he moves.
We'll make it officially.
That's 15.
Oh no.
What'd you get?
21.
Ooh.
Alright, so you square up and just kind of knock him back into the darkness. And he says, shit.
Language. I can't. I'm not there.
It is definitely has a down now.
So he's going to try and attack you at disadvantage to get you out of the way.
Just flat put there so that they couldn't get past me.
I don't believe in nines. Yeah. So they both miss. The sniper takes aim on. It's dangerous for him to. No, you put the guy down. You didn't. You're not still holding.
But I saved him from drowning. I could have just let him drown.
The tall one looks like an easier target. They're going to shoot at Zalric.
Well, he's closer.
Yes.
Is he getting any cover from this guy on the top?
That is a 15
Yeah.
and a 17. You take 8 points of piercing damage. That brings us to Benito.
We got a bunny skewer.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Do you have Repelling Blast?
No, we took the darkness instead. Yeah.
These guys shot, right? Was that what
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was? I was thinking over here.
So you'll get advantage on this guy, so just go for this guy.
Yes, that hits.
You want twice?
I roll twice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do.
Use a rapier?
No, I can use this other twice.
That's how you have
That's far enough away. That was.
I think it's 1d10 plus something. We need a Eldritch Blast.
1d10 plus 3.
I think so. That sounds right to
No,
me.
Eldritch Blast. Yeah, 1d10 plus 3.
Draw your
Alright.
weapon.
it.
You can draw your weapon as a bonus action.
These guys both. Yes. And 7. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Wexley, are you standing there squaring up against this other surly bun who's trying to give you grief? You suddenly hear him cry out, and then you're covered in red fur and innards from blasting out in the darkness in that direction.
God bless it! Every time!
Did I see that?
From where you're standing, yes. You and yeah, you, the only one who didn't see that is Baltan, I think, because his back was turned.
At least the last one have them many points. We'll clean you later. Don't worry about it.
That was awesome! And also close. What happened?
Don't know. But that bunny's dead.
Exploding buddies.
Yeah.
Something died.
Magneto, what did you do?
No, he still has
shit.
a.
All right,
No, that
Wexley.
your bonus action was drawn.
Wexley, you're out. Your square is starting to catch fire where you're standing.
Yeah, that's fine.
So if you want to reposition, you can avoid taking fire damage.
But there's nothing inside.
The fire's not spreading to here, here.
where the other bunny is standing.
Yeah. Just close it on me.
Find him now.
Mm-hmm. What do I want to do? I don't know. No, I can't do that.
Well, this guy
Okay.
right here,
What's he like?
he's going to get a saving throw from it.
What's he like? Is that more good?
Because I'm like, you can hit two.
But he's at disadvantage because
Yeah, I know, but you can still.
What's your disadvantage in what?
Constitution. But he's got automatic
Automatically.
fail on dex and strength.
He's incapacitated, so he is not presently able to attack you guys. Unlike the other.
But he does have a saving.
He does have a save.
Might be a disadvantage, but if he makes it.
His weapon's known though. He's blinding anybody else.
Yeah. He's also hard
But-
to hit.
Hitting them
He's
in the
got
nuts.
like 19 AC or something like that.
Well,
He's high.
19 hits, but we don't know. Yeah, 19 just hits. I remember him saying that.
Yeah.
So I guess it's 19.
But again, it's gonna make a 15 and it's
And while I agree that that should probably be, I just don't think that's going to be. And,
What
Yeah,
does he
but if he passes the same. Disadvantage. Constitution save.
Actually, constitution checks, not saving.
Yeah, ability to.
So I don't think saves are not considered. So I actually screwed up when I did that, I think. So
Oh.
did you?
Well, I think you said they were both crap.
Right.
So either way,
It
it would.
wouldn't matter. But bunnies have excellent dexterity saves. Constitution is much.
Well, he auto fails his thing.
That's a different.
I'll start with spelling.
Make this up no matter what.
We can tell him. That's true.
Okay, I guess it depends on what because this does take some extremely part of it.
That's true. Well, when
have
he
damage
hits
in
it.
it.
I got it.
Oh, you've got to hit
Yeah.
it. Okay,
That's the same thing like with Hunter's Mark. It only works when.
the person that did it. Yeah,
I'll
okay.
go. Where is it? I'm going to. Cast. I'm going to. How far out is Mr. Blue Scar?
From where you are?
Mm-hmm.
From you? Okay. He's 35 feet from you.
Oh, yeah, he's well within that. I'm going to cast command on him.
Okay. Your command one word.
Surrender.
He can't actually do anything because he's incapacitated.
Right, but my hope is that he'll command the rest of his group to surrender.
So they can't take it physical or mental actions or speech.
Oh!
He kind of, I'll let him kind of grow like, oh,
Got it. No. Well, then, in that case, I guess I will not command, because that's not useful.
you know.
I can't think of anything that would make that useful.
You can try and command some of the other bunnies to surrender.
I could, but I would, let's just say terrible. I'm going to, put myself here between,
So that's broken.
Yeah.
He's
Oh.
he's a right.
You could try acrobatics your way through that square by running along the edge of it, but you can't actually stop your movement there. Because
okay, I
Doesn't he
forgot that's
have a
part.
bunny hop?
Yeah, that's helpful. Well then,
go into the darkness to prevent yourself from being targeted.
I'm going to stand. Move me one closer to this.
So here,
Mm-hmm.
so you'll take fire damage if you
Mhm.
stay there. So you move into a flanking position with on that bunny. You take 4 points of fire damage,
Okay.
and realize it doesn't feel great.
It does not.
Another hot foot.
Not that word at the moment, though.
What?
I will. I guess there's not really much need for me to do much here other than I will swing at his whole entire face with a mace.
It's to the face.
Face to the face.
And you may roll an advantage since it was flanked.
That is 18.
That is sufficient to hit. Roll damage.
Huh. 2.
You kind of tap him in the back of the noggin with the mace, and he just goes, "Ow! Hey!"
I'll lean in with flames literally coming up around me and say, "You weren't supposed to bleed." No.
Please! We gotta save our boss! Hey, boss, you still alive? Well, let's see, Agnes is going to try his Constitution saving throw yet again. It's kind of lasering. Alright, the bunnies on from skip number 2. The banjo player hops up on here, as does the sniper. Shoot the pickle and salt standing over him. One's going to shoot the pickle, one's going to shoot his already. That's in their exuberance, the one with the sling in his hand lines up, and one of the straps slips free, and his bullet just goes and plops into the water. The other one, that is a dirty 20.
To hit home.
Odd, even. So you take a crossbow bolt to the person for 5 more points of piercing damage. You're feeling kind of punk. The other members of Skiff 2 are dead, so they can't do anything except burn.
Is that where they stopped on fire too?
It's kind of smoldering.
Burning hands, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, well, you shut that one out horizontally, not
Not on the. That's fair.
Terminal 5.
That's
Let's see, Baltan is up. And since the other guy isn't presently threatened while there's someone still swearing behind him, he turns around and says, "You know, if you were smart, you would have to wait." That is a match 20.
Whoa!
I guess I should roll just to see how
Yes, you
damage.
should.
Yeah.
I think Wixley's going to get splattered again.
2d6 plus 3. That'll be 4d6.
It's
Plus
funny as
3.
getting Gallagher.
22 points of damage. So he turns around and says, "Oh, I can see you." And he just brings his sword down in an overhand chop. He cleaves this guy in half from head to crotch and completely obliterates the entire square of boardwalk that he was on,
Blow
and
back.
it just the whole thing just collapses into the surf,
Oh.
and
Brutality.
and he says, and he just looks at the other bunnies and says, "Are you sure you want to deal with this?" And they're looking kind of scared right now. Zolri, what are you doing?
He's gonna take a short sword out and drive it straight into
murder.
the bunny at his feet.
At advantage.
That advantage, indeed. All right, go for it.
Well, that was done. Oh, this is 8.
All right, so you start doing the thing where you just start just it almost looks like you're trying to intimidate because you're just like stabbing the air around it, kind of like it's like you're
Like Bishop.
yeah, it's almost like you're doing that thing, and then like and between
I'm looking at you.
let's see, I'll let
All right,
I'll let two of you make an intimidation check, or one of you make an intimidation check at advantage for free.
Go for it.
Intimidation. That's
I'm out.
plus 0 from 8.
Intimidation, Pickle has a plus 6.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You
And
intimidate.
you're raging already. Maybe she should intimidate as she swings into him.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him.
So what are you doing, Pickle?
That's my turn.
Zom?
Oh, can I? For my bonus action, can I do?
Oh, you weapon. Short.
Well, yeah. So your bonus action, you would have drawn your other weapon, since you have a ranged weapon. Or draw.
I didn't try to hit him with that last time.
You still have a problem.
Yeah, because he was in the water, you shot at him.
No, I was going to ask if I could cure wounds myself, but never mind.
No.
Not this time.
Sorry.
I'm gonna hit him.
Okay. Yeah. If you want to, instead of intimidating, you can just.
Natural 16 and so 16 plus 6 is 22.
That hits.
Come on.
5 plus 4 is 9.
All right. You chop him in the back, or you crack him in the back with your hammer, and it makes a terribly nasty sounding cracking sound, and he just coughs up blood all over the pavement.
We kill this guy or what?
Bonus action? And I ask him, hey, can you grab my ring?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll use my bonus action to grab the signet ring. I know what it looks like.
The other Harringons on the other ship are like, oh my god, they just killed Ogden.
He's still alive.
We gotta get out of here. And they say, shit. And these two hop back onto the skiff and push off and start retreating. And
Both sides of him lit and fell into the water.
Yeah.
One on each side.
We literally
All
killed
right.
half of them.
Yeah, so those guys are in the process of running away. Venito, what are you doing?
Okay, is this guy dead or not?
They seem to think he was.
I also asked, are we killing him or what?
He might need another.
So, I don't know. Can I? Yeah, I can hit those guys. Maybe he'll start off by yelling at these two.
I feel like Walton, he is a vengeance paladin. I'm not powerful. He's okay with executing.
He's the one that kept pushing for us to like kill people while they were down because last time we got betrayed. He's the one that we pushing. And like, oh, survivors!
Oh, I'm not talking. Yeah, I like. I'm just not talking to him before we kill him. Or I'm gonna just kill him. If he's alive. Yeah.
Okay, you're still cloaked in darkness.
It's still cloaked in darkness, so he's not going to try to shoot this guy. He's going to yell at these two herons over here and says, "You guys want to run or not?"
Give me the intimidation check.
Alrighty.
And for them, this is coming out of the dark.
We get the,
You just hear a voice coming out.
You just hear a voice.
does he get the
Yeah.
advantage because they might be good?
I think it's 17.
Let's say no.
Alex.
Yep.
That's exception plus 5. Intimidation is also plus 5. So that's 17.
17. That's against their wisdom DC, I believe. So, they look like they're reconsidering their life choices. So they said, I think I left the stove on back at camp. I probably need to take care of that. Yeah. All right, Witchlight.
They might.
He's not moving. He's just going to start moving his way around. A long way.
Like, you even have a stone?
So he's going up east way.
He's going to start moving his way around the room. All that stuff's on fire.
20, 25, 30. Put him there.
I mean, they're in darkness.
The ones on
And
the
these guys are running, and these guys will be running.
Oh yeah, these guys see the darkness coming at them.
I see the darkness approaching.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the guy in the brown. Go faster! He's coming right at us.
I guess he did still twice. Huh? Nice.
Use your action. Use your action.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Wexley, what are you up to? First of all, you're currently.
What time is that?
You're not okay with getting dirty, but you're okay with being on fire.
So the
Fire
fire
is cleansing.
The fire would have spread to the square in front of you, except that square is no longer there because it just got mowed asunder.
So, wait a minute. So what you're telling me right now is that Valtan is standing on the only viable spot to be able to.
Yes. He did make a fire break though, so it's just not going to get lit up.
He is nuts.
So he can't stand 5 feet in either direction. Is he on top of a support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy
He
was
broke the bridge on both sides of him with his attacks. So,
Throw.
massive.
Have fun hopping over that.
You bunny hop past?
I could. I don't really see a need to do that.
No, I'm saying good luck to Voltan
Yeah,
trying.
you might want. You could jump past in either in any of the other directions. This area over here. Is completely.
How far is burning this way?
It's burning under where you are. It's currently burning up to here and here.
You can look this way, though. You get separated from
We don't know this.
Yeah, you can bunny hop over to here.
Yeah.
Because you've got that bunny hop ability you can do.
We're gonna put
Does
fire
it
out.
Does it? Oh, it is. This way.
The rate of spread of the fire is starting to slow down a bit because of the fact that it is quite damp out here, and
Fire and water. Kind of do fire and water thing.
Yeah, so it's kind of slowing down. so you're not sure how much further it's going to spread, but where you are is still close enough where it originally suffered the
Oh, yeah.
magical burninations that it's burning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier. Burning 18 cold.
I'm going to go towards these guys.
Towards those guys?
Yeah.
All right. You proceed in this journal. How close did you want to get? Are you going into melee range or staying range?
Where's the fire stop?
The fire is currently stopping here.
All right, so I'm good to stand there.
Yes.
All right, then I'll stand there.
So you started your turn in the fire, so you took some more burn damage. You took another 2.
And I will look at them and actually I will not even acknowledge their presence.
So you come walking through the flames in their direction, just doing a 100-yard stare right through them. They're kind of quick. They're kind of quaking in their boots at the moment.
And I will take the dodge.
So you walk through the flames, you're just messing from them, and you just start doing fancy footwork like you a boxer. And like,
Run, we said.
Agden turn. He does not make the save throw. They like, yeah. We heard you. That sounds like a great plan. Go. And they hop on the skiff and they start sailing away as fast as their little tails can take.
Yeah, right.
All right. After about another minute or two, the fires have to kind of reduce themselves to just a slow smolder. And Wexley is able to walk his way back around the long way along with Benito to where you are once more grouped up with Agnes incapacitated at your feet.
So Clark's gonna pick him. Clark's gonna pick him up, and can he take his scarf off?
You can try. Give me an athletics.
So we attack him up first? I don't know his time moves. I don't know anything about the scarf, but time.
Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
A nat 20 for me.
It does not budge.
Okay.
You can hear him as you're pulling on it, but it does not come off.
So then we can.
With the scarf.
All right. You guys, give me a sleight of hand check to bind him.
Guidance.
No, I can do that. I can do this out of hand.
Okay.
You're too far away.
I got +5.
We all
Okay.
walk.
Yeah.
Oh, we're all together
Am I
again?
going to help me with
You
this?
guys
We're
are
all
good.
back down here.
Let's just drag him back over here where less damage has been done.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to help me tie him up?
Yes.
So I got guidance and I got help.
Yeah.
So that's it. Is that okay?
Mhm.
All right. So that's a good thing. That was a 5. That's a 15 plus 5 is 20 plus the 1d4.
Yep.
That's 424.
I give you your megaling.
Yeah, you have no trouble tying him up,
All right.
and he is well bound, and he is. It's kind of hard to see because of the fact that he has fur, but you're convinced his tongue looks green.
His tongue looks green.
His tongue looks green.
Oh,
Like he
by
is-
the way, I'm going to drop the darkness.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit easier for everyone else to help
Yeah.
tying him up.
Right,
in
right.
darkness.
And is he dead?
He is not dead. He's got like 3 hit points left.
But
Oh, we won't spare the time. That.
He's had
Oh,
a-
thank you so much.
he's had-
You're a
Actually,
mess.
if you guys want, you could do a short rest.
Right here on the
Okay.
box.
So a short rest, you can, as we said, cover half your max
So mine's
HP.
25. So can I just regain 12, or does it
You can
round
do
up?
13. It's fine.
Where does this little brain
And
big
In
brain
your
go?
bottle.
It fell into the drink.
Can I look for it?
Sure.
How deep is the water?
It's about
'Cause it's low tide
it's
still.
about 10 feet deep here.
Yeah,
It's not too bad.
Be
What's up,
careful,
Bill?
there's a snake that lives in the water.
that's up at the lake.
Oh, you're right.
Well, do we want to question them before we
That
do?
wasn't a snake. That was a fucking sea serpent. That was
Yeah.
a Loch Ness monster.
Well, do we
Yeah,
want to
but I wanna-
question Agnem before we look for it? Oh, we might be able to use it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to go into the water where we saw it roll off the side of the bridge where it's broken.
Okay.
Gotta be ready enough to drop.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Somebody supervise him so he doesn't die.
Anybody
This
else?
is a range.
I'll help.
Very good.
Well, I meant it's a
23.
23, nice.
Okay, it takes. You have to come up and down a couple times because searching underwater
Searching for shells with
It's-
your foot.
is kind of difficult, but it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't take you more than about a minute, 2 tops, before you're able to find the branding iron where it landed on the bottom and pick it up out of the muck.
I'll bring that back up.
All right, you bring it back up. It is cold at this point.
Prestidigitation of Wesley.
Well, how about?
Thank you.
Well, I'm also wet and muddy.
Prestidigitation.
Yes.
So, Voltan is just standing there, hands on his hips. It's like he said, that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It just looks like you've got a bunch of rope coiled about itself in the air.
Fairy fire.
How do we fix that?
It says, yeah, you can do fairy fire on him if you want. It outlines his form. He says, okay, well, I mean, I could tell where he was because he's covered in rope, but I still can't see him.
Does anybody
Yeah,
know
but
how
now if he gets out,
I mean, I kind of feel like the ropes are telling me that.
Does anybody know how to fix his eyes?
Well, he's only blind to this one creature right now, the actor. It's something to do with this iron. As far as we know, only Agnew knows how to use it. But we might be able to get him to remove
Yeah, we'll
it.
do some investigation. Well, actually, let's just.
Can we
we're
do,
doing a short rest. I could probably spend time with it.
yeah, can we do an investigation on the iron?
Well, do we want to start?
Yeah, so you take some time with the iron. Give me an Arcana check.
I am still not the person to do that.
You tried it.
Does anyone give me an Arcana?
No, I
I
got
got
zero.
+2. Can more than one person try, or just advantage?
Yeah, you can try if you want.
It would be better for you.
I mean, you were tying them up, then you were diving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot.
What about
Well, the rules we have been doing, it seems like if you have.
Voltan?
I don't even know if you knew there's at least a 13
No, they got +0 on it.
I've got a -1.
Me too.
So is it okay?
You can certainly try.
Look, so okay, we'll do it then.
Do advantage.
3. Wait a second, 13 rather.
13. So
Oh, is that the one that's got the one missing? Yeah.
So you spend some time looking it over, and near as you can figure, it looks like it imparts some sort of a curse on the person that gets branded with it. You don't think it's a permanent thing. It probably just needs time to wear off.
All right.
So how long that is, you're not really sure.
All right. Unless you can ritual cast remove curse, I think we move on.
Well,
So,
let's see, the thing is,
We're closing in on 1 a.m., so this
it's
might
1
be a
a.m.?
good time
All right.
to rein it in for the day.
Yeah.
We'll question the bunny next time.
Yeah.
So maybe break his legs.
breaking anything might kill him immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you heal him? No. Oh, no.
No,
Okay.
I was gonna heal myself, and then we took a short rest. And
Aaron seems a little tired.
Just a wee bit.
I haven't hardly
I am
slept the
waking up at
past 2
6 o'clock in the
days,
morning.
so.
That's messed up.
What was that?
I'm planning on waking
You
up
hung
at
in
6
there for a
o'clock
long
in the
time
morning.
tonight, though.
That's how old now.
All right.
And I still got to drive home.
Yeah, what are you doing tomorrow?
I actually need to go into work. They need to
What?
friends up.
Oh, that sucks.
Why you do this?
Yeah, why you gotta
It's
go to
bad.
work?
We got a lot of stuff doing. We have 100 different raw material products in the
I'll go ahead and
right
stop
now.
recording.
We release at different times.